You gotta hit that button. Uh, Guys, thanks for showing up. We had a planned interview with Kiro today. We've been planning this one for months. So stoked to have him here. Uh, he didn't know about it though. I just planned it in my head months ago. So yeah, Kiro, tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from, actually?
I'm from Canada, but that doesn't matter. It's the creator revolution by any means. Um, and when I say by any means, I mean by any fucking means. I'll get clone visibility. Uh, I'll just spam the shit out of seed uh, directly. I don't need to do this other stuff. We follow each other, so I can just fucking sit here and click on his face and just spam him personal fucking thumbs up because I agree with whatever he's thumbing down because he's not usually wrong. It's just he doesn't know how to approach stuff properly. He goes too hype. He scares people. Then people realize he's actually a tall ass dude, and then they really trip out and they're like, "What's going on here? What's with this 5'4" energy and this big man? What's going on here?"
Bro, you're telling me if I meet Seed in person, he's just this big old dude, like you don't want to fuck with. You've met him in person, bro?
No, I
Damn,
haven't met him, but I can tell.
All I can say
I
is
could.
don't piss him off. I'd be
Yeah,
reading
I
his
wouldn't
I
piss
shit.
him off. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't piss him off. That's
imagine
not a
all the
good idea.
people. Imagine all the people that have talked shit to Seed on timeline. They meet him at the function, and they're like, "Nah, bro. Hey, I was kidding, right? It's the internet, man. We joking. We joking. Man. It was all playing."
Yo, because what
Every
does a
time,
My
seed usually grow into? A
brother.
tree. This
bro.
motherfucker's definitely a tree. He should change his name to Tree Dot Swoosh.
If
But
I
he has
were
seed because he's trying to make sure he doesn't scare nobody before he meets them. I've been here before. I once told a guy I was 5'3", so he'd meet up with me, and he didn't like what he found on the other end of 5'3", because 5'3" is pretty much like my fucking legs almost, man. So yeah, he met my legs. It was not fun for him.
my brother, hey, yeah, nah, I bet Tree Dot Swoosh is
My
huge, bro.
brother, are
I
you
bet
in
he's
Los
huge.
Angeles?
No, I'm not right now. I was last night though. Um, there's nothing better. So there's something funny about the clone community. Every time I go to like one of the functions, it's always like the best looking, like fit, like there's like, and a lot of them are big dudes, right? Like Ninja and Dre are both big dudes, but you would never know. We're all like hiding behind these little anime cartoon pictures, but you go to the function, it's like, oh no, these are real motherfuckers out here. Like they're smart. They ain't taking no shit. They're confident. Like at the CloneX LA function, I'm meeting all the new ones, and I'm just like, oh shit, dude, these are all like really dope people. I don't know what it is about Artifact, but it attracts like a
I'm really
quality
upset at
type of
myself
person.
for not coming last night, bro.
Did you see this house, bro? I was losing my
Uh,
mind.
Apparently, bro, when you told me you were headed out, is when I remembered. And Dre told me the day before on the hike, yo, bro, your name's on the list, pull up. And then in my head, I was like, do I text Dre to confirm? Do I go? I'm in my bed right now. Bro, I shit you not. Last night when I hopped off Bad Take, I slept at like 7 p.m. until like 5 in the morning. Never have I done that in my life. And I woke up and I was like, bruh. Saw the pictures and shit.
Bro, yeah, it was like packed full of celebrities. I met Nigel Houston just standing in the bathroom line. He's like, what the fuck? And I
That's the
told this dude, I
homie.
was like, yo, you look like Nigel Houston. And then the guy next to him was like, that is Nigel. And I was like, where the fuck am I right now, bro?
He's cool, bro. He's actually a
Yeah,
nice.
he's chill. He's chill. I
Tonight
got
there's
the
shit.
he was rocking. It was funny, dude. The guy, he was rocking this dude's like his dude's apparel that I was in line with, and he goes, "Yeah, bro, he's rocking my apparel. I don't even think he knows it. I'm gonna go let him know that that's my company." So it was like the dude who made all the clothes he's wearing. He may not even know it's him, because I think he sent it to him or whatever. Um, it's kind of weird how small that world is. Dre
Yeah,
got
there.
to meet. Dre's girl got to meet some like star from her favorite TV show was there, and he it I these two guys were like go trying to smoke some weed or just like smoke a joint, and like they were standing like acting all awkward, and I was like, yeah, people have smoked here, you guys can smoke right here. I was like, they actually left lighters here, do you want one? And I handed him one, and I was like bullshitting with him, and I came back to the table, and she goes, that's my favorite TV star, how did you get to talk to him? I was like, I don't know who the fuck he is, but he wanted to he was trying to smoke, he needed a lighter. She was ripping, so she got to
That's some
so
hell yeah shit.
I mean, most of these functions I'll go to, I won't know who the hell anybody is, and that's the way you can approach things, right? Like you don't,
I mean, you can't care. That's what
yeah,
Drake was saying in an interview. He's like, bro, I hate going to events. He's like, it's the same thing as when you go to a. I didn't say this, so if it offends someone, I don't. I'm not saying. He said it's like being a girl with huge tits walking into a party. Everyone's just intimidated. He's like, bro, I'm just a normal human being like everyone else. Come say what's up. And then I was like, yeah, it's kind of how you have to treat things.
I told Dre though, that's what I told him about. Like when I go to Web3 functions, I do recognize people, and I kind of know who's who, but I just always pretend like I'm meeting them for the first time, just so it's like a unique meeting. Like oh, what up? What's your name? Just ask them their name, humble them real quick, but also like it allows for a unique first meeting, kind of. Yeah, no, bro. This is Web3. Like the top influencer Web3 gets like 500 likes on their tweets. This is not, we're not in a very big space. We're we're nobodies out here.
Damn, I wish you were coming down tonight because I know there's like a 3XP. What was it called? 3XP Phase Clan party or some shit at the Phase warehouse. And
Yeah, shit.
yeah,
I forgot about that.
there was like some. I guess I'm gonna go check it out. I didn't remember until I got an email, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll go if Dre goes, but if not, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I signed up for it, but I forgot, and now it's already 6:15, and I haven't left the house, so
I mean, bro, if I go, I won't go till 9. Check if you got approved. I know you're not gonna leave the house. You're on bad take duties right now.
yeah, no. I am, and Shauna's, it's one of her nights off work too, so um
Yeah,
she only gets a few off. I should go, let me go check if I got the did not everybody get accepted? Is that how it's
I don't
working?
think so. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you should go, dude. I mean, you're right there.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't like going to those things by myself.
Is Dre not going?
I don't know. I don't know if he got accepted or what's going on. Everyone else I texted didn't get accepted. That joined. So I don't know. I honestly don't really give a shit. One of those things to just go. If like you went, Dre went, whoever. I ain't the solo networking type of guy.
Yeah, no, actually last night, dude. Me and Shaw got a table. We got a table right next to the fire, and we just kind of kicked it, or like a couch right next to the fire. We just kicked it there the whole night. You know, one guy did come up to me. He just was in the space earlier. He came up and he's building an NFT swap because he didn't like the UI of pseudo swap and NFT trader. So he was working on building one of those. But I wore my Murakami shirt, um, the Japan event, and he recognized it from across the party and came over and started talking clones like he's in the space.
You going
Uh,
tomorrow? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you gonna go to the BMW shit tomorrow too?
it's a car show, dude. I don't know. That would be a good one.
It's at
I
10 a.m.
oh wait, what?
Okay, never mind.
Oh, I don't know. 10 a.m., bro.
10 a.m. to 2. All right, I'm so sorry. I'm an asshole. I always interrupt. He saw your Animus Japan shirt from across the room and came up to you and started talking clones.
No, no,
That's a better topic.
oh, so yeah, he's building out an NFT trading platform in the space. So I he didn't like the UI of pseudo swap or NFT trader, and he's building out something potentially better, and just wanted to connect because he recognized Murakami shirt and CloneX and artifacts and all that. It's got the blade on it. I always try to make sure I wear something Web3, artifact to each event so that if somebody recognizes it, it can open up a conversation. And it did. And I had just traded for this clone through SudoSwap. And I don't know if anybody in here's used SudoSwap. If you have,
Definitely, yeah.
come tell me your experience. It's not the best UI. Like, you really got to be comfortable with what
Yeah,
you're
no, you
doing.
gotta know what you're doing, 100%. If
Yeah.
I was one of my random friends, like I would not suggest it to them. I'd be like, yo, FaceTime screen share with me. Anytime I do like pseudo with a friend, I'm like, yo, FaceTime me before you click or do some random dumb shit. And I always make them make the swap. Don't do the swap with the other person. Because that way the other person has to pay the gas fees. And you don't have to click someone's random ass thing. So yeah. That's the
Wait,
jig, though. If you ever
wait.
do a swap on pseudo, you create that fucking swap because the other person who accepts the swap is paying the cast fees. That's the
No.
fucking jig. Wise
Wait.
words from your favorite Jew, Pumpisha.
Wait. So you have to pay the gas fees on your own assets to put it in the contract, right? Like
Like, if
to
it's not
approve.
already pre-approved, usually most of the, like, for example, I was doing a bunch of Air Forces on there or clones. Once you approve it once, which is like $3 or whatever, then that whole contract's approved every time you use it with that same wallet on pseudo. I'm pretty sure, and still swapping it is more expensive than approving it. Yeah,
So
create that
if me
motherfucker.
and you, if me and you are trading, you create the trade and approve your assets, set the trade up, and you have to approve your assets, and then you send that trade code to me. I put the code in. I approve my assets, which I pay for gas, and then
Yes,
I initiate the swap, which is an extra gas fee. So I have to. We both are paying a little gas, but the guy who does the
yes,
second pays the more gas.
yes. And there's been
Okay.
times. The reason I learned the hard way is because one time someone created it and I paid like this is when like gas was going crazy a few weeks ago and a time before that too. Gas was like $70 on my end, and I was like, no chance. And then I was doing another trade that night, and then I set it up, and then I asked the guy, I was like, oh, like how much was it in gas? He's like, yeah, like $60. And in my head, I was like, thank God, bro, thank God.
Damn. So dude, I'm not even mad. I traded with Mikey for this clone. I traded an Angel and some ETH, and I think I felt like I got a good deal from him. So I did it second. So if I paid a little extra gas wasn't even crazy at the time, like 20-30 bucks. So or 20-30 gwei. So I'm not even tripping. That's good to know though. I didn't even think of that. You got to each pay your approvals, and then the second person pays the swap gas, which actually
Yeah,
initiates it all.
that's the PSA, guys. You heard it here first in the bad take. Create the swap. Don't accept it. Create it.
So he wants his. I'm thinking he wants his platform, and I wish he was in here. I would invite him up and chat with him. I think he wants his platform to also have discoverability, where you can actually easier find people that are looking for specific types of trades. Whereas now, like the only way you can kind of track people down is through Twitter and Discord, and hopefully their bio on OpenSea. Or he wants the discoverability as well, which would actually be kind of cool for a platform to see. Like you could put up a trade, like, hey, I'm willing to trade this clone and these assets. Like, let me know what you got, and let's set something up on the actual platform. Chiro, I got a question for you. Since you got so many lawyer friends,
Yeah, definitely.
dude, I want to trademark my social media name, Compound, right? Because that's the only way I can reach out to Twitter and Instagram and like have them give me those dead accounts. Because both Compound on Twitter and on Instagram have not been used since like 2009 or 12. Like they're just dead accounts. But from what
Yeah,
I'm reading, is you actually have to have a trademark in place. So I'm gonna
yeah.
probably hit Shekinah up, dude. She did the artifact trademarks. I'm gonna see if I can
She'll
pay her
definitely
to.
have to.
Yeah, I'll pay
She'll
her to
definitely
do
be
it,
able to do
bro.
it. She's an actual real lawyer. That's why she's not on Twitter Spaces all day. Yeah, I don't care, bro. This just like I
I'll
just
fly that.
realized that is like the genuine connection between these scammy lawyers is that they're on Twitter Spaces all day. That's why they can't do any work because they're on Twitter
I,
Spaces.
you know what was funny, dude? I just had the realization, and y'all can call me dumb if you want. I don't care about fuck. So when for the Artifact founders, when they were acquired by Nike, they were given positions at Artifact as well. Like Benito's like the director of brands, right? Brand partnerships. Not just for Artifact, he's the Nike director of brand partnerships, and Clegg has like his own position as well. So everybody's like bitching about, I want my founders in spaces all day, and I want my founders active on the timeline. These motherfuckers have like real ass jobs on top of building Artifact. They're actually like accountable to teams and shit. I'm realizing now every time I see them on interviews and stuff, it's like co-founder Artifact, director of brands and partnerships, Nike, and then I think Chris is like design or something. I don't know. I got to go look on his profile. But yeah, a lot of these project founders that are sitting in spaces all day and memeing on the timeline, and these guys are actually fucking building out real shit. So you can't be mad at them, dude. I mean, we'll sit in spaces and
Bro, I
they can
never
keep
asked for
building.
them to be in Spaces, not once. I don't.
No, not you,
I
not
don't
you, not you.
oh, okay. Because
No,
like,
that was not
bro,
directed
they
at you,
have
bro.
more important work to do. They gotta pump these fucking Nike bags for me. Okay, that's what I need. I don't care about what anyone else needs. If they need somebody to talk to, get a therapist, man. Like it's simple.
No, that's just it's not you at all. That was not directed at you. It's like when these people put these little threads out that's like, here's the six best founders in the game, and it's like six of the founders who like are just the most active on Twitter and in spaces. It's like the most visible ones. And I'm like, all right, you clearly are just, and the same thing goes with when they're putting out these threads. Like, here's the tiers of project, and they literally write out the tiers by floor price. They don't take anything else into account. Here's the top tier projects. What's up, Shadow?
Hey man, I just have to say, man, it hurt my heart hearing Murakami say he didn't like the AR headsets and that Steve Jobs would be upset. I was like, damn, don't say it, man. They tried their best. But at least he agrees with the technology part. But he was just like, yeah, I don't like them. Damn.
I didn't make it that far in the interview. He didn't like how they looked, or he don't like the concept, or he liked the AR concept, or just the design, or what?
He at first, I'm gonna be honest, he sounded like he did not like it at all. But then at the very end, he said, he likes the technology, but as far as the way that it looks, he does not like the way that it looks whatsoever. He thinks he didn't say they look ugly, but just the way he described it, he was like, yeah, I do not like the Apple AR headset. I don't like the way it looks. Steve Jobs would have never let this fly, but that's just because I'm a different generation. Yeah. But
Yeah, he's
uh,
pushing like 70, bro. So like he's in that generation. It's like that. Like we don't need no more
Yeah.
technology. All this damn change. You damn kids and your technology. Um,
but no,
yeah,
so he was like, he said the only words that I wanted to hear, and he said them, and I'm glad. I need to go back in and clip it. But he said the words, man. He said that they can't wait to get a dev kit so that they can start getting to work. And that's all I wanted to hear. I was like, sweet. That's it. Get that man a dev kit, give the whole team a dev kit so they can make great products for their platform and project, man.
bro. I mean, I don't know how they push out dev like kits or dev kits, or if it's gonna be open to anybody that builds an iOS or like on Apple.
I
Uh,
wouldn't be surprised if Artifact had access to it since Nike's a partner of Apple.
no, yeah, they should definitely get access, but I would be cool. It'd be cool if like even all the creators could get access. I know a lot of iOS devs will get access. I just don't know
So
how that whole process works. It'd be sick to
I,
start making shit for our creators.
yeah, I was gonna say that the N is going to be Nike. Hold on one second. All right. Yeah. The end is going to be Nike, right? Because Nike is a partnership, like someone just said. You're going to have to be a reputable company that can reach out to Apple and say, hey, we would like to build yada, yada, yada. Uh, I don't know exactly how it's going to work since they haven't came out with a new product in a minute. Normally, if you want to create or dev, they just give you like the dev version of the software because you're building for a certain iOS, but this is a whole product.
Well, dude, let's get it in their hands. Everything's ready to rock. They can perfect it all. I don't know what Takashi is saying. I like the design of it. It people are saying it looks bulky. I mean, bro, we're in like stage one. Um, they're like, "Oh, I don't wanna have to have a battery in my back pocket." I'm like, "Do you want that hot ass battery on your head with all that weight and that heat sitting next to your dome piece, frying your shit? No. There's nowhere else for it to go until we create a different source of power. Like, put that thing in my back pocket, dude." Yeah, no, I think they actually look pretty sleek, dude, but we're from a little different generations. I kinda like the look. They look better than any other headset I've seen so far.
Exactly. And that's my I've had the Valve, I have the HP G2. So I've had multiple different headsets. As far as comfortability, the Oculus was the most comfortable, but as far as like user like appearance, I mean, it looks sleek with just the full like white all around, but this to me looks way like what is the word I'm looking for? It looks like it's expensive and packed with tech. Whereas the Oculus and other things, they look kind of flimsy and they look like they can break easily. But that's because they're going with plastic so that the weight of it is not too heavy on the head. Um, but that means they got the battery and everything as well. So it's going to help out with the heating situation. So I'm fine with it. But yeah, like you said, this is iteration number one. But I'm just happy, man, that they're wanting to get their hands on it and start creating, man.
I think it's gonna even resell when it first comes out. I know it's already steep at almost $4,000 after tax, but
Imagine what I mean. Like it's all about
they're super limited apparently.
making experiences, right? So I don't know what exactly they would build on there, but the first NFT project, and I'll just go out and say it, the first NFT project that fully utilizes AR technology, they're going to be way ahead of the game. Um, So if you're the head of an NFT project and you're not trying to get your hands on this, so you can start developing or start, maybe integrating, maybe it's years down the line, that's fine, but you want to start as soon as possible because you don't want to wait. The thing is, you want to just go ahead and take the gamble now. If you have the money and resources, you might as well take the gamble now because if you wait after a year out after the headsets come out, by the time you start getting to work, all the audience that pick up a headset, they're just going to gravitate towards that project. So I'm just really excited that Artifact is one of those projects that is wanting to jump on the ball and start developing.
Question for you, Shadow, as far as opinion and everyone else who might have insight. I don't know if they spoke on it or not, but do you think this is going to be one of those things where, okay, Vision Pro comes out January, and then a year from now we see Vision Pro 2? You think they're going to just build off 1, 2, 3 right away, or you think they're going to make this the main one for like a few years at least, and then move on to it? How do you think it's going to work?
Is someone talking right now?
Now with you.
Yeah. Isha was asking you a question.
Oh, did I get rugged? Did you guys hear me?
No, I can hear
I
you,
can hear
Paul.
you. Um, yeah, Shadow gonna come back up. He knows how to rock.
I guess I'll give you my take. Uh,
Yeah, let's hear it.
I think it was me.
I
Sorry.
think Apple is already working on Gen 2. So I think it's going to be the same cadence of like yearly upgrades. That's why they've introduced it now. They're not releasing it until next year. like probably early next year, and I do think whether they quick follow up in the November timeframe or they wait till like the 2025 year to roll the next one, but I think it's going to be a yearly iteration. Um, and I think they're already working on the next gen, but they get it to quote unquote where it's good enough right now for the first release, and
And
then they'll just keep building on top.
my second question, what I was gonna ask is, since this is the Pro, sometimes they make like worse versions, I guess you could say, cheaper, more affordable, with less features. I'm wondering if they'll drop like a regular Vision non-Pro, which is a more affordable version that does less than the Pro. Because you remember how back in the day, I don't think it's like that anymore. There used to be like the regular just MacBook, and then there was the MacBook Pro, which was like the better slash best one. I wonder if they rolled it out with the highest tech one, and then they're gonna lead it into like, you know?
Yeah, I don't maybe. Well, actually, I will say yes. I think whatever the nomenclature is going to be, I think it's going to follow pretty much everything that Apple has, right? Like now they'll change the naming convention along the way somewhere, but you're going to have right now there's only one model. It's the greatest and of everything, right? But as they expand and they figure out how the market is actually responding to the Vision Pro, what's working, what's not working, what the feedback on that, they'll pare it down or pare it up. Obviously, it's going to get sleeker and smaller, and then they'll kind of use that to experiment with different price points as well. So, in the same way that the Apple Watch has different tiers and the iPhone has different tiers, your MacBooks have different tiers.
Yeah,
I think they'll do the
like
same.
iPod Touch.
Yeah. So over
That's why I
time,
asked, because
yeah, over time,
I want to FOMO into one.
Hey,
But
can I jump in here? Because I
please
really want to jump in.
go for it.
Okay.
Kevin, were you done?
yeah, I'm good. Go.
Oh, she has.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, let's hear
Okay,
it.
I wanted to say, sorry I cut off. I think it's because my phone switched to Wi-Fi when I got back to the house. I've been following this thing for quite a long time. I've been a part of multiple different Discords and multiple different Reddit threads with people who, quote unquote, proclaim to work at Apple. They're like 70 to 80% right, but there's a certain channel that I'm a part of where this guy was basically 80% right about a couple of months out before the announcement. So in my opinion, he's very credible, but since like a year ago, it's already been kind of gone around the back end of like Apple fanatics, people who want the latest details on the newest phone and models and all that other stuff. Because we all pretty much you can kind of know what a new phone is going to look like because you can't stop all the leaks. It's just about finding who's credible and who's not. So here's basically what has been said. The Pro models, every time Apple does a Pro model, other than the phones, it's always a every other year release. So what that means is the easiest example is the tablets. They don't come out with a Pro tablet every year. That comes out every other year. So they'll do an Air and then they'll do a Pro, or they'll just do a next gen. So they'll have like a Generation 5, then they'll have a Pro 2, then they'll do a Generation 6, then they'll have like a Pro, 4, and then they'll have an Air series. Like they kind of mix it up. So how this is going to work, they're going to come out with the Pro series first, and we should not see another Pro Series. If this one comes out in 2024, we shouldn't see another Pro Series until 2026. But in 2025, they're probably going to come out with their $1,200 model that has been rumored to be the AR pass through, where it's just the glass. It's not using visual. How do I put this? So if you go and look up the HoloLens has no capability to go into full VR or like an alternate, like you can't go into VR basically. It's only like a piece of glass that is showing visual depth of your surroundings. That is like the bare base bones of AR. That technology, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just it's hard to make an immersive experience, whereas immersive is more seen as VR. So
So in
what?
other words, they're gonna make it so that you buy the Pro because the other one's gonna be way worse compared to everything they marketed the Pro as.
Basically, yes. So the Pro will have everything immersive, all the bells and whistles. That gives them more time to build and create a newer, because these things are not cheap. It's not like a phone. A phone is something totally different. They can pop out phones every single year. Like there's no problem. But with this type of product, is not as easy to make a slight change or improve just a little bit every single year and keep pumping out a $3,500 price point. So yeah, that's what the rumor is. But that doesn't mean that I'm 100% right. That's just what's
And
been going on in the background.
do you have any Sorry if I'm boring everyone with this conversation. Last question. Do you have any info regarding, like, since it's starting at 3,500, does that how's that going to work? Cuz usually when a MacBook Pro, for example, starting at, let's say, 1,200 goes to like 2 grand, there's bigger screens, there's M1 chip, M2 chip. I wonder what the difference is going to be within tiers as far as this, cuz what, starting at 3,500, there's going to be a $6,000 one that does what? That's, what's going to make one double?
This thing's got the M2 in it already. I mean, how
Yeah,
much more can it have in
M2
it?
and some shit called a R1. There's
R1, yeah.
two
yeah, yeah.
chips.
Yeah, the R1 is actually really needed, right? Because the whole purpose of that R1 chip is to process all the signals, like all the info. All the info is being processed first, then it's passed on to the M2 chip to process all that information. The reason why is because of latency. So when you have AR technology and it's not a glass pass through, it's a video feed. If I throw you a ball, for instance, this is the best way I can explain it. If I throw you a ball and you're wearing this headset and you don't have enough processing power, you'll think the ball's going to land, but by the time you reach out your hand at a certain spot, the ball's already there because you're like behind by milliseconds. So that R1 chip is going to take all that information and quickly get it to the M2 chip. So that way your pass through time is near, like there's no human interaction that can make a difference whether if you're wearing this headset or not. That's why it has two processors. Now, as far as making the price point more, there's a VR headset called a VR3. That thing goes for about $7,000, and it basically has, like, you can compare it to the latest graphics cards on a PC and like an Intel chip. But that shit gets so fucking hot, but it can render things at ridiculous like frame rates. But at $7,000 price point, that's not a consumer based product. That is strictly business Ferrari, because I think Lamborghini uses it to show off customers like foreign cars that they don't have in shops, so their customers can walk around and see the whole foreign before they buy it. So yeah, I think that 3,500 price point is going to stick every other model, so every other year. So the $3,500 Pro One will go
Yeah,
down.
that's the cheapest one. Meaning
Yeah,
that everyone might, like, every time I buy an Apple product, like, for example, I try to buy the cheapest one, but then I look at the one that's a little above it. It's always like, well, let's say 300, 400. In this instance, will make sense for it to be the higher. So, like, let's say 4K, and then there's like a way better chip or like something about it. I don't know. Apple knows how to scam you with the when you go and buy an iPhone, the 256 gigabyte. You pay 200 more and you can get the 1000 gig. Obviously, you pay that's how they always get me. So I'm wondering how they're gonna get everyone with these.
remember this though. It's going to, as much as I'm hyped about it and I'm just a geek about this technology, I don't think it's going to catch on as fast as some people think. I think enthusiasts will pick it up and people who have that price range. The reason why they're not going to be focusing on trying to pump out as many of these things as possible is because they're going to be trying to build up that user base and build up those consumers, right? They're already aware that it's a high price point. I mean, if you go and listen to the Apple convention, all those Apple enthusiasts were like, "Ooh," like it was kind of like a groan, right?
Yeah, you
So
could hear like the
yeah, and they know what they're doing. They're the same price as a HoloLens. They're just basically trying to move it away from business consumers to retail consumers. And they're being really smart because they're giving you the most expensive item first. And then the next year, they're going to be like, hey, all those people who decided not to jump into this $3,500 product, we got this $1,400 product that doesn't have the VR capabilities, it's just the AR capabilities. And so now you can have two options. Apple likes giving you options, but you're still buying into their ecosystem, right? So that's what's going to happen. I'm sure the Pro 2, the only selling point I can see the Vision Pro 2 being is not really the processing because these things are 4K per eye. Like it's packed with a lot of fucking power. TVs have not really evolved. There's kind of a cap on technology right now. We're waiting for the next innovation to make things better. I don't think 8K in a headset is going to be worth the money because that's just kind of ridiculous. And
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
so this is what I see happening. The selling point of the Vision Pro 2 is just going to be a slimmer, sleeker, better battery. It's like going to be an S. Y'all remember when they did the iPhone S's? That's what
S
the Vision
stands
Pro.
for same shit.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you wait on the Vision Pro for a cheaper model, or if you go for whatever they end up calling, probably just the Vision or something, not a Pro of the next year model, either product that you pick up will be able to do anything that comes out on AR because the next Vision Pro is only going to be slimmer and sleeker. I will put money on that.
So,
Okay, so you just told me pretty much that I'm not waiting till 2026,
damn, dude, how do I
and I'm
fight the
gonna get the
FOMO?
thicker one because thicker is always better.
Hey, yo, yep. Hey, how do I fight the
Like my
FOMO though?
milkshakes, bro. What are you talking about? You have a dirty mind.
No, I'm thinking about milkshakes too, bro. We're on the same page. Um, I've been coping and putting things off. Alts Anonymous has been telling me to get like VR or something for like a year now. But in my mind, I kept saying, I'm gonna wait. Apple might come out with something. I totally was telling myself that, and I think I made the right choice. I think I'm gonna keep waiting, not spend my money on anything else until the right time. You know, that's how I've coped over the years. Just been waiting.
Bro, I don't need this, but I need it. You know how people say needs and wants? Like, you see, this is a want, but it's not. It's a need want because, bro, like, nah, I need it. You know?
Black Friday, bro. I'm telling you, anybody that's like,
Bro,
if
this is gonna be like a PS5 on Black Friday.
yeah,
Everyone's gonna say Black Friday, and then they're not gonna exist on Black Friday.
well, but I mean, there's ways to get around it. But anyways, but no, what I'm trying to say is, if you so okay, as much as I would love for Artifact to be a day one application, it's probably going to be a few months. Probably, the creators in the community even to get their hands on it. I know Blender is going to be available on the product day one, but it's going to be a minute. So there's no, unless you're a person who's like me, where I'm like, I'm going to use this shit every fucking day. It's not really built for gaming. Is really built for entertainment and events. There's no rush to go out and just buy this product.
Wait,
It's
wait, 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 wait. Backtrack. You
what's
said
up?
it's not made for gaming.
Yes.
Then why did they say it was made for gaming?
Yeah, so their whole quote unquote gaming is you using a controller and playing Apple Arcade games that you can do currently on your TV. My version of gaming is like I can go play mini golf with my friends and Oculus right now, or I can play, Star Wars Squadrons and fly around in a ship. Since this thing does not have controllers, it's going to be locked into 2D or it can be VR experiences, but just basically with a 2 hour battery life, they're not trying to market. They're going to say gaming, but take my word for it. This is not a gaming headset. It has the power to game, but developers are
Wait. So
not.
you can't plug this like thing into the wall and just use it.
There's probably comes with something when you're at home. You could probably plug it into like a hard line.
Yeah, it
I don't,
has a type C built into it. I'm just trying to set the right expectations here. The right expectation is this thing has the right amount of power to play games in VR. But if you are wanting a VR gaming experience, I'm going to tell you right now, the Oculus Pro is going to be what you want to get because gaming companies are going to be building gaming experiences on that. If you're a gamer today, you know most games are not built to play on Apple. Right now, you can't play Diablo 4 on a Mac. You can play it on everything else, Windows, like any other processing system, but not Apple. Why? Because it's hard to build gaming experiences on Apple. Uh, so Apple Arcade, there'll probably be some VR gaming experiences, but I'm just going to tell people right now, if you're expecting day one to play some crazy ass like Call of Duty style shooting AR game, that's not going to be day one. That's going to be maybe at the earliest end of year one, more in the middle of year two. And that's just because they're going to have to develop from the ground up for this new platform,
You know
Vision
what I
OS.
didn't like about the headset either, I noticed, is that if you want to text someone or type something out, you have to say it to Siri, right? Unless you're using your MacBook that you connected with your headset and you're typing on that physical keyboard. There's no like
Yeah,
air keyboard where you literally like fake type. You literally have to speak everything out unless you connect your device
There,
to it.
there's probably an on-screen keyboard that you use your eyes, like it tracks your eyes. And
yeah, you can use a in-air keyboard. I
Oh,
think
you
this.
can? Okay, I
Yeah,
didn't know.
yeah, but they did say to a YouTuber to ask them straight up, "Will you guys be making a controller?" And the answer is no. Every time Apple comes out with a new product, they want to be different and innovate. What they decided to go with their headset is no controllers. That's the whole point of their headset is no controllers. So every game that comes out for the Apple iOS is going to have to be built on a system where it does not require you using a controller
Wait,
or
bro, but
VR controller.
I saw someone playing NBA with a PlayStation controller with the headset in the presentation.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, controllers might be the wrong. So like a y'all, have you seen an Oculus? Like it's like a
Yeah, you're
stick
saying like
that you're holding on. Yeah.
the system relies on type of thing.
Exactly. So the what happens is you get haptic feedback in that controller and the headset tracks the controller. So for instance, let's say you were playing NBA on Oculus, you would be using those controllers and the grip functionality. You'll hold down the grip button, you'll throw the ball in the air and then you'll release the grip button with your right hand, right? Those types of VR experience controllers, they're not building. Most AAA VR games are built on controllers that use tracking and haptic feedback. The only games you'll be able to play, like you could probably play NBA 2K, Madden. Like when I say gaming, that's not in my head, that's not gaming because you can use your phone as a way of gaming, right? Like that's just throughput. You're just projecting what a TV would do but in virtual reality. Now, if that's what you're interested in, then yeah, that'll be available. If you want to plug up a PlayStation controller and do all that good stuff, that'll be there day one. But if you're wanting like an immersive VR game, like Beat Saber, those types of things, it's going to be a minute. That's basically all I'm trying to say.
I'm down
Why
for the
wouldn't they just
PlayStation
make
5.
it compatible with their
Where did you hear about Carrie? Why was that on your mind? Were you just doing some research?
No, so some of my best friends are they live there, and I went up and they had like a birthday party. His birthday is like the same time as mine. So last year I went up. I went to this party and there was like all the executives about the games because it was his house. So all of them were there and they're all like web savvy, web3 savvy. They talked to me about like, you know, pretty much all the different projects and all the different DAOs to get into. And so it was kind of cool. I just felt like there's a lot more of what I like there, and I want to get more into tech. I don't know what I'm going to do in my next job. Right now, I'm just taking time off, but I feel like that's a better place to get started than where I'm at.
No, I agree. That's actually a great location. Um, like I'm telling you, that's why the Epic Games guys were there. That's why Mr. Beast was there. Like, look up all the major tech companies that are there. Just like where Anya's at in Salt Lake, it's like a great kind of place if you're working in this industry. Um, I wasn't even in Web3 at the time. I was working in like as a network administrator. Was working in information systems there. I studied information systems and I was a network administrator. And I was working out of Fayetteville actually. So that whole area specifically is full of tech. So I think you're on the right path. And get out of Florida. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Florida's the only free state left. Like Florida, like they're not really cracking down on crypto at all. Like they don't plan to, I don't think. Their gun laws are really lax. Uh, I think their governor is really, really crypto friendly, while the rest of the country's cracking down on crypto. But I don't know. It's humid though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's humid and it's just far. I mean, Raleigh, North Carolina is like, I don't know, like 7 hours from my family. So right now I'm like 16 hours from my family. So it would just be closer. And it doesn't snow. So it's about as close as I can get to Cleveland without the snow, I think. But also, like at that party, it was kind of cool, like to date it because they're the guys that gave me the invitation to Mid Journey, like back when you had to get an invitation into it. And at the party, we were sitting there doing Mid Journey. That was like, man, like a year and a half ago. So it was pretty early and pretty cool. So I just like being in the middle of all of that. So that just kind of seemed like a good move. Cost of living's lower for sure there.
Donna's grandma lived in Ohio. We did that drive. It's not bad at all. It's 6, 7 hours, like you said. It's quick too. We did it once. She lived in, oh, I can't even remember. That's when I went to the Cleveland game. And that was not me talking shit to Cleveland. I like the Cleveland Browns. They're my second favorite team. And they're only my second favorite team because I went to that game and I had a blast downtown. And I was like, yo, I like the environment here. These guys aren't winning a lot of games, but they don't care. They're having a good time.
Yeah, I don't think I even remember what a brown is. Is that what their mascot was? Is it a
Yeah,
color?
it's like a bulldog. It's the Browns, the Cleveland Browns. It's like a bulldog. Did do we know when the Ramoas are going to ship, Tevi? Somebody tricked me on the timeline today. Said that they got their shipping information for the Ramoa, and then
No,
I didn't click the Rick Roll link that I saw, but how
no, they
dare
just
they?
said in coming days. I don't know what that means. If it's literally coming days, or if it's like as in like, well, technically 3 weeks, a month from now is in the coming days too. So I don't know. I'll when I get my shipping confirmation, I'll jump up and down. But right now, I'm just like, I honestly I do like the fact that they did the snapshot versus extending and having everybody wait because some people decided not to forge their stuff. So I thought that was like a really good way to take care of everybody in a very cool way. So I truly appreciated that. That was awesome.
I was gonna say, as far as the shipping questions are concerned, if you already uh, forged your Momoa, it's going out ASAP. So, and whatever ASAP means as far as like the next few weeks are concerned, I'm not sure, but that's kind of what ASAP means to me anyway. And then if you forge by June 30th, they said you'll be getting them sometime by next month. Sorry, it's bedtime when we're getting wiggles out. So yeah, that's for the Romoa.
I'm just excited that I actually get, because I'm not, so my main uh concern, I guess, was that I am flying out in August, right? And I when I made the call to, you know what, I'm gonna pick up this case, I was like, I would be, because I'm flying across the world, right? So it's gonna be super cool to actually get to use it in my first big trip for this year. So, when so that's why I'm super excited that we went down this path, and it's actually gonna be here for sure before then. So that's exciting. Um, so yeah, I can't wait to get it, take some pictures, maybe throw like a 3D model and send it to comp. And depending on when it gets here, I might be able to do a few renders and send it your way and see if I can get comp to FOMO into one. He's been doing really well, which is kind of disappointing actually. But not side questing or anything. He's not even around. He's probably eating right now.
No, I'm here. No,
He
no,
was
no, I'm
focusing
here.
on the Angel Dao group chat that he's creating in the background, trying to find all the
Yeah.
angels.
No, so it's funny because um, when we were in Miami, me, Jace, Snapback, and oh man, Randy, we were running around Miami like we all had angels. We're running around Miami, calling it like Angel Dow, and we were just like starting it as a joke. And then I think they made a Twitter page, and then Randy kind of was doing his thing. I started Bad Take, and we never like actually jumped on making a group chat for Angel Dow, and we never actually like put in the necessary infrastructure for it. But I've been meaning to, and tonight's conversation kind of got me excited. It kind of reminds me of when I started the Bad Take group chat used to be okay. So when I started the Bad Take like Bad Take, it was the first four people in it were like Jace, Snapback, and Randy, and it was called Engagement Gang. It's basically like we were using it to like the Twitter algo and get the Twitter algorithm going, because at the time the Twitter algorithm sucked, and so you would share your post in there, and then everybody just needed to like and retweet if you connected with it, and then maybe leave a comment if you had the time. And that was literally how this all started, was trying to help other clones get seen on the timeline. So I started adding everybody you see, like everybody, a lot of people you see in here were in those original like 30 people. There was a point where we were at 20 people, and it never went. Like that group chat was like at 30 people for a while. But it initially started with that little Angel Dow crew running around Miami, and that's where I met Dre. Right, me and Dre had breakfast with the Lens, and he, him, he's all passionate and motivated, and so was I. And so when I was in that group chat going, yo, we need a Twitter space. Like, we need to be doing Twitter spaces. And so I hit up Dre. I was like, yo, you want to host a Twitter space? That's how this whole group started. But we never started the Angel Dow chat. We were just using the Bad Take chat to do anything we needed. But then the demons started theirs because they heard about our idea. Like, they heard us talking about that. You know what I mean? So they had to jump. They had to front run us. But don't worry. Now we got ours, guys. Don't worry. The demons want to run. I got a demon too, so I'm in both. If you got an angel, let me know. We'll get you in the angel chat. We're gonna do some renders and battle the demons on the timeline. Not really fair. You guys have Ali on your side. You got Tevi on your side. You got Gotcha Ghost. You got some absolute beast on your side. I'll tell you that. Like that. But it's gonna be fun. So I think everybody should have an angel, a demon, a human, a robot. We're trying to beat the robots, honestly. I don't know if you know, but the robots make some crazy shit. Damn, y'all got Rupsy too. Rupsy's a demon. Oh, bro, we gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right.
I'm surprised Rose did not come flying up here to shut you down when you talk bad about the robots. So I'm gonna do it for her.
I did not talk bad about the robots. The
You
robots are
did.
the most creative people.
Mm.
Oh, here we go. No, the robots are the no, the robots are the most creative DNA. I remember like us like laying out all the creative robots, and it was like, or all the creative DNAs, and the robots had all these crazy, crazy creators. So no, 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 no. If anything, dude, I think the aliens like aren't making shit. Like, where are the aliens? Like, step up, step up. Like, I literally tagged Anya in a post because some alien had commented on Twitter on one of my posts, and I've never seen him in my life. And I tagged Anya and Tevi, maybe, or Anya and somebody. Bro, I was like, yo, an alien replied to my post. They exist. They're real. And then some other alien who owns all 8 of the DNAs. His name is Aliate with the letter 8. That's like a clever name. Alien 8 or something. And because he owns all 8 DNAs, just absolute grells. And he commented just a little flying saucer. That was the extent of his comment underneath me. So these guys there's 30 of them or whatever, 60 of them, and they have like one word comments. But hey, bro, they're out there. These guys are.
They're like the ultimate lurkers, is what it is. We need to actually get them up here, speak their alien language to us, tell us what their thoughts are. We must know what is happening in their private alien chat that they have that I know exists, and that they are gatekeeping their silence. It's so. But no, we love the aliens. I know it's not recorded, but you never know. They're up to no good.
But I mean, how
Dude.
on brand is it for the aliens to not really be out in the open, though? I feel like that makes sense. I mean, think about IRL. Aliens aren't just like popping out of everywhere, be like, "Hey, we're here." We've been on Earth for the past century, but you know, we figured we'd kind of let you do your own thing, but just know that we're here. And yeah, we'll be back later. So I feel like it's on brand for them to just kind of lurk and be in like other dimensions, and kind of like every now and then pop up, like have some random ship fly around or drop a little saucer on a timeline and be like, hey, just so you know, we might or might not be around, you know? So I think it's proper. One day I will own an alien. And when I do, that stuff has gone really, really bad because it's a full on invasion at that point.
You're our way in, Tevy. We're gonna root for you to get in. Happy Friday, fam. Happy weekend. It was like a bat signal when Tevy said, "I'm surprised Rose didn't come up." I was like, "Ooh, a better request." But no, I love it. Love how creative all of the different creators are, regardless. I mean, so many folks have like a lot of different clones, though. It's hard to choose sides. I only have my
They
one.
do.
Yeah.
They do.
I like how you laid out the shopping list comp. Like you need an angel, you need a demon. I'm taking notes.
Yeah, angel, demon, human, and a robot. I think you like. If I had all, so I need a robot. If I had all 4 of those DNAs, I think I'd just be happy. Like, I don't need to be going and getting one of them their fancy reptiles or them their rich man undeads. Billionaire DNAs and those unattainable aliens. I don't need none of that. You know what I mean? Um, I'm gonna go with the poor man full collection.
See, this is where I tell you stop doing side quests with the Vision Pro. Get your ETH right and get you yourself that alien, that reptile, the undead. Absolutely, you need those in your life. So that's why I'm not gonna do side quests from now on because I need those. I mean, I don't need them, right? Because you don't need that, but I want them. I guess I'll pull a page out of Pompisha's book and say, those need wants that are like wants, but like that you need. Yeah, that's that. Need that. Undead. You know what did it for me is when I opened my monolith and out came an undead vial. I was like, oh snap! Anybody can get on that page. So now I do feel like I need an undead clone because I have the undead crypto cake vial. So it's only fitting. You can't be like another DNA and wear like undead shoes. I feel like there might be some conflict of interest there, or something bad might happen. So you need the undead clone. Well, at least I do because I have the vial. So yeah,
It's a sign, Teddy. It's a sign from the universe that tells you you pulled the vial. Therefore, get the clone.
I agree.
I love it. I still have my monolith
I agree.
one, which feels a little anticlimactic to open it. And then I'm a little still heartbroken, so I don't know if I can open it yet. So that's okay. I just hold on to everything. It's fine. I have one of everything. One clone only, so it's okay. I can't wait to switch my PFP. I'm trying to figure out a new outfit for my clone so I can debut it when I switch my PFP back.
What's the outfit gonna be?
I don't know, but so the Clone Queens have a collab with the Dress X crew, and there is an AI competition to design one of the I say dresses, but I think it could be anything. If I'm not mistaken, Anya. So the collection is pretty dope. They're going to release um, one per DNA for the CloneX. So literally, we can shop for these outfits. And have the 3D files for us to wear. And then there's one that's going to be, I think, jointly created, and one that is from this AI competition. So anybody, any clone can enter and submit through the competition. But yeah, since I've been doing that with Midjourney and whatnot, it's really gotten like the creative juices in terms of like designing clothes going. I've been doing that with a Sinomine team, like sketching by hand. I'm not a designer by any means, but the team is like wonderful. They'll just say, Rose, sketch whatever you want, and then we'll translate it into Marvelous and Blender and create it for the Sinomine collection. But for the Dress X collab AI competition, just using Midjourney. So I've posted a couple, which is fun, but it's just made me think. My clone is very clean, just purple ponytail, black t-shirt, black pants, and so I feel like I can do anything with my clone really, and it'll still look like me, um, since it's already such plain garb already. But yeah, I don't know, something fun. Don't know what though. Maybe something colorful. I always want to cheat and like use my paintings as part of the clothing, so we'll see.
Well, I'm excited to see the collab. If anybody's listening, get in on that competition. I don't know if it's still open or how long it's open, but maybe we can pin it at the top and see if we get some people entering it. If y'all got the link for me,
Yeah, I'll go grab it and I'll pin it up. And just
Tabby, what's good? What's good?
I actually have a question for Rose. So I've been seeing you post the OP or OPEPEN, but I don't know what that's about. So I've been meaning to ask you about that.
Oh yeah. So what I post is just like my own version and art just for fun. But OPEPIN is by Jack from Visualize Value, and this is kind of if you'd heard about checks, this is like, I would say the second collection after that. And it's basically a template. If you see the shape of the OPEPIN, it's just the kind of the eyes and the mouth kind of in a grid format. I believe it's an 8x8 grid that was used just to kind of create OPEPIN PFP, and I must say, it's like a marvelous concept. I'm in it, but haven't stayed super close. So, from the technical terms, I apologize if it's not 100% accurate. But it's a collection of 8,000 of these almost like blank template PFPs. They are doing, shoot, how many drops? I think 200 drops. And in each drop, everybody who owns it, basically, each OPEPN is classified as I guess, an addition of 1, 2, 4, 5, 10, 20, or 40. So there's like a set, which is like I forget if I'm not doing the math right, of like 200, I guess, for each time. Um, every time there's a drop, there's 200 OPA that will be revealed. And so whoever's in the group of 40, you're going to be, one of 40 editions of that particular print, if you will, or that particular art. So it's kind of this fun, like ongoing batches. Again, if I'm doing my math right, 200 per drop, and they've done only, is it 5 now? But yeah, it's meant to just have like they're gonna have like different collabs for each of the drops, and so you have different artists kind of roll through that will create and design it. So it's like this ever going like rolling reveal, which is pretty brilliant. And because there's like a little bit of gamification within that, because for each OPEP pen, you kind of want to see like, oh, do I have an edition of one, which is of course is like Grail, right? That means you're going to get a one of one of the entire collection, or are you going to have a two, edition of two? So you're going to have one of two perhaps, or 4, 5, 10, 20, or 40. And yeah, and the drop process is a nomination. So for every edition level, I think they have to have like a 200% opt-in rate for that particular drop to move forward. So they'll release like who the artist is and have some examples for that particular drop. And then everybody who has an OPEP pin at a particular level gets to opt in on their site. So that's kind of fun in terms of like, there might be a collab that comes out, and if, they don't get the 200% I guess thumbs up for each level, then it's a no go. And so they're just gonna kind of move on to the next job. But yeah, it's complicated, but it's also so fun in terms of the brilliance of having people like engaged and interact, plus fold in like other artists as part of their collabs for the drops. So yeah, I was just kind of inspired. I had a friend who was just kind of creating OPEP pen art. I'm like, that's cool because I mean, I have a few OPEP pen that I'm just holding and going to opt in maybe towards the end. It's deflationary, right? Because for every drop, for everybody that didn't vote opt in to participate, you basically still have the blank template, if you will, and then, just kind of wait it out. So there's deflationary in terms of that kind of like, asset management of that and to play it smart. Um, what else can I say? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like it hurts my brain a little bit to follow, but I think once you kind of figure out, like you observe one drop and see how people opt in or not, and then for the people that do opt in and get it, I think it feels like the lottery because like yes, I wanted that art, I got the art, and depending on my rarity, that's pretty cool, right? And I mean honestly, if you look at the charts, it's that they flip for quite a lot once it's released. Like the floor has moved like really tremendously, especially in this market, honestly. So yeah, I've just held. I only had 4, and I'm just kind of holding and kind of chilling with it because I love the art aspect of it and to see who they're going to collab with. Maybe gonna put it out there in the universe that I can maybe be apply somewhere to collab because I feel like my watercolors are landing pretty nicely. But if not, it's just in the spirit of participating that what I create is mine anyways. But it would be cool to see some traditional artists get included in OPEP. And so far, it's been, I think, a lot of digital artists, which is cool too, and very renowned. Don't get me wrong. It's really cool to see like people get excited about the collabs. It brings I think, a good energy around just an art collection that is alive and thriving. And because you have these drops that are not that predictable, I think they wait like a week or 2 weeks between drops. And so, everyone's kind of always anticipating like, what's the next one? Am I going to opt in or not? Am I just going to hold forever with the hopes that, it's just going to get more and more attention and energy. And then as people redeem, if you will, and for that particular job, they're effectively burning it for that copy, then the blank OPEP pens hopefully will have some value to grow into as the weeks and months pass.
Thank you. That's a really good, because I'm like, I don't know what this is about. I like the way it looks, but I know nothing about it. So no, that gives me something to look a little bit more into. I'm always amazed, honestly, by how many projects and things you're doing all the time, every time, at the same time, and keeping it straight.
Oh,
but
yeah, this was
I
a cheat. This
appreciate.
was a cheat. So I mean, I'm following it, but I'm not doing anything. I paint, and then I'm like, oh, I could just put that into my little PowerPoint template, put my painting behind it, and I just share, just in the fun of uh, participating in that way of the art. But yeah, with the dress X and Queens, that's like in my wheelhouse. So much in terms of just like hopefully bringing more exposure to clones and obviously the clone queens, but being able to use AI and design and um, I don't know that one for me. I'm like, oh, that spoke to my heart. I'm in their Discord and it's kind of they're offering like so many wonderful suggestions and advice on like using mid journey, but designing for 3D and just another group of like really wonderful people that are creators that will share tips and whatnot. And I know like Elle submitted. She was like first of the queens to submit to participate in the project. Let me see if we have that. We should pin that too. But really cool just to have us all. I think I forget Anya when we were gonna try to get a space together. Just yeah, talk through AI. I'm happy to share. My homework is supposed to do like some AI tips for folks that want to use Midjourney. The DressX Discord has Midjourney in there, so you don't need to go into the Midjourney Discord. You can just do it in the DressX one. But really simple. I should probably just share my prompt so you can see like, oh, this is kind of basic, like what I described Midjourney to do, and in a couple of iterations, like I landed on the gold dress that I had. Thank you, Anya, for pinning. But that was my first submission, and you can submit apparently as many as you want for the AI collab contest. So I already have like a few in the hopper that I'm gonna tweet out just to get more attention on that. But we want as much participation as possible. Again, it doesn't have to be a dress. I'm actually doing one that's like I think a jumpsuit, like a flight suit for fun too, or then a more like jazzy, sexy uniform for the queens that I have also in the works. But yeah, that one's fun. And the Genesis project, Heavy, I saw you did the mem. I won't plug it too much because I mentioned it the other day, but I'm glad you participated in the mem experience from the Genesis project.
Oh, that was so fun. Um, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm cheating a little bit because I have multiple wallets and I've used them, but I'm saving my actual pair up with my Genesis because I feel like I want to sit down and connect and actually go through. Because if I remember correctly, what you said with the Genesis, you have as many uh, paths as you want until you create the actual mem. So yeah, I'm gonna find some time. Probably I could whenever I have my next day off and really make it a like kind of sit back, chill, and go through to because once you mint the memory with your Genesis, like it's over. Like that, it is what it is. So I'm really gonna try to find one that I connect with. So I just did the play around so far, and that was cool to experience that. But I only have one Genesis left. All the ones that I really wanted, nobody's selling them. Though it's been a while. I haven't actually looked in a while to see if there's a couple that I've saved as are favorited. I haven't seen if people were selling them or not. But anyway, the one that I have, I love. That was like a one and done. Like the when I minted my seed, um, it was the first one that showed up, and it looks like the Black Panther, except it's pink. So it's the pink Panther, the pink Black Panther. Anyway, super cool. Love it. So I need to find the perfect memory to match it up with. So that's going to be a whole event and I have to be in the right headspace. It sounds kind of crazy, but I feel like I have to be in the right headspace for that. So I'm going to take my time, and it's open indefinitely, so I don't have to rush. But I'm excited for that. I've seen some of the ones that other people have posted that are linked to their Genesis, and they're just man, that the whole concept is just just fire. Like if you love art and everything, like that's super dope. Like I'm a big fan of that.
Tevi, for your Genesis, when you are ready to do it, you only get 10 tries for that one, and then you're committed. So it's not in.
No.
It's indefinite in terms of time period, but in terms of the roll, that one roll you only get 10 chances. So I want to let you know so
Oh,
you don't
okay.
just
So I
go for it.
definitely need to be in the right headspace because that's going to be very stressful. That or I need to go buy more Genesis or something because 10 is not enough. Like I don't know what I'm going to do now. Like, man, I'm glad you said something because that would have been bad. I'd be like, I can pass. I can do more. That's okay. And then hit 10 and it's like, no, I'm stuck with
Yeah,
it.
you're stuck. But
Okay.
for the sorry for the folks. I just jumped in to ask Tevi, but I apologize. So I'm part of the Genesis Art Project. I do marketing for the team. So my PFP right now is part of the Genesis project. It's a Genesis being, like a robot, if you will. And right now, we just launched on the 7th. I swear, it feels like years ago. But the ability to create a memory for our robot being. And it's AI trained on our beings. And so the artist MGXS kind of unveiled a live experience in NFC Lisbon and then also online. So we've all been playing, at least for the hardcore, like Genesis uh, community, just trying to go through the AI and kind of remember the ones that we want right now. It's almost like a free open period. You don't need a Genesis to participate. It's just out there and available. But there's a point where we can connect to our Genesis and then go through the 10 chances. It's almost like, swipe left or right. You can't go backwards in this case. Like if you skip one, that art's gone forever. But we're, almost like in the hopes of finding a piece of art that's what we're calling like a memory or a mem for our Genesis. And then once we like it, we register it and remember it. And then it's like linked. And there's more stuff coming, but right now it's the fun of like getting art revealed in front of you just to choose.
Yeah, the one I posted the other day was yeah, that was like another one of like it was the first one that came up and it was just to me it looks like an ice cream cone. Like that's what came to mind. Here, I'm gonna pin it at the top if that's okay. Well, actually, I guess I'm a co-host, so I get to do this stuff, and I don't think Compound can stop me. So, but yeah, it looks like an ice cream cone. I'm gonna go find it as I'm talking here. It's really cool. I haven't sat down and gone through the entire collection of the memes that have been created yet, but I've seen a few. And man, there's some really, really, really cool stuff that's like popping up. Um, but what got me thinking about the my own Genesis is I saw somebody post earlier today, and the few that they showed were the actual ones that were paired with the Genesis themselves, and those appear to be different. Like the way they're generated um, feels different. Like it's actually a matchup to your Genesis. Um, and so I thought that was really really cool. Um, it's because like some of the other ones that as I was playing around, they looked a little bit more abstract, and more like a blown up piece of maybe a certain portion of a Genesis or whatever, but they were like more abstract. Whereas um, the ones that you pair with your Genesis are almost like a slightly more um, it looks more like an extension of your Genesis, anyways. So, but yeah, like the one that I pinned at the top was yeah, it's just one of the ones where you don't need a Genesis. You don't need to have you don't need to be at the event. You can just connect to the site and go through it, and it will generate a memory for you, and then you can choose to save it or not. And I really like that one. Like I said, it looks like a very colorful ice cream cone to me. I don't know. Maybe I was in an ice cream mood that day, but that's what I think of. Like an ice cream sundae or something like that. It looks refreshing and tasty. So that's why I saved it.
You're turning NFTs into food and making everybody hungry. All right, Toby.
I don't. Anyways, yeah. Maybe I'm gonna stop talking for a minute.
All
But yeah,
right.
no,
Kidding.
it's a cool thing. I
Oh,
think if you don't have it, if you want, that's I think honestly like MGXS makes some of the dopest art in the entire space. I love the way that he goes about doing things, and like Genesis is one of those is the project that I 100% got in just for the art. Like there's no expectations that it might turn into something else or whatever, and it turns out there's more. there's apparently 3D files now, which is super dope, and like there's a lot more coming. So it's kind of like the gift that keeps on giving that you weren't expecting to give you anything else. So that makes it even better from that standpoint. But yeah, I would say check it out for anybody that's not currently in it.
I like whatever you posted at the top, dude. This is cool. Is anybody doing the Fuo PFPs? Does anybody have paint drips, and do we know if those are going to be 3D? I like all the projects that have 3D, the ones currently, and any new ones that are coming out. I wonder if it a trend is going to start where they're going to be doing 3D as well. Um, who was our big paint drop guy in here, dude? Recently, somebody sold 5 Murakami drip clones. 5 Murakami drip clones, and some of them were doubles and triple drips for 106 paint drops. And I have the screenshot to commemorate it. So I guess he weathed them too. Like I think Baron got one of them on a resale, really cheap. Everybody thought it was a hack. Everybody was trying to snipe these things, but he sold 5 like Grail drip clones to buy for 19 ETH. He bought 106 drips, or sorry, paint drips, which I guess gets him 106 Fuo PFPs. So I wonder if for the short term play, having 100 PFPs will net him more money, and he could potentially maybe go buy the clones back, or um, pocket the profit. What do you guys think? You think that'll play out for him? I don't know what Fuos are gonna sell for. Dre's got paint drips, bro. There's
I
Dre.
I used to have. Oh, Dre's here. I'm just gonna be quiet and let him talk.
No. What do you have to say?
No, I was gonna say I had paint drops, and I ended up selling them so I could like get into a clone. I don't know if they're gonna be 3D or not, but I do like they seem very interesting to me, like those PFBs. Like it's weird and quirky, but also at the same time like very cool. And so I at some point will likely get one. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm gonna wait until, which might be a mistake, right? Because they might pop up and market might go up and all those things. But like everything else, at some point they'll come back down, and at that point I'll have a chance to look at the entire collection and find one that I resonate with. But I think they're super cool. um I don't know that I would sell a clone to get a bunch of them, but I'm also not trying to make money off of it, so that there's that. But I think the paint drops are super cool though. I had a few of them for a little while there. So we'll see. We'll see.
Dre Limert, what's good? GM.
Bro, I'm tired.
Bro, it's all that partying you did last night, show your BMW.
That stuff was crazy. It was a dope, super dope event though. But I'm drained.
Shauna literally just cracked open one of these drinks she brought home from the event. They had these drinks, and we took a drink, and it was like pure tequila. It's like a plastic bottle, but apparently there's a twisting mechanism, and you twist the bottom of the bottle, and it cracks open the middle of the bottle, which mixes the mixer and the tequila together, and it makes the drink, dude. And she just found out, the girls are having dinner out there, and they just figured it out. And last night I took a sip of this thing, and it was disgusting, pure tequila. You know what's crazy though? Here's the crazy part. There's a big drawing diagram right on the side on how you're supposed to do it. Big old bold drawing, right? And guess who didn't look at that and didn't read that? Me. It was me. I
I know
didn't read
both of
that.
y'all didn't know. 'Cause she drank it after you. She tried to just shake it up and see if it went. Both of y'all made that face. Ugh.
Shaw said, "Guess what? You don't have to shake it. You break it." The crazy thing is bro, you didn't even drink, and you're all tired. It must be from just showing and like showing the car to
That's so
everybody.
much energy, man. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking to my wife about this because I'm really specific and I pay attention to what I do and the people that I'm around. And I used to drink heavy back in the day, right? Go out and kick it like that, and I'll be out there super saucy, and I wake up the next day hungover, and I'm realizing like it wasn't necessarily the alcohol that would make me be hungover; it's the energy, for real. So, like, I'll take a shower before I go to these things, come home, take a shower when I get back to wash the energy off of me. But it's man, I was doing so much and networking so much and met so many people that I mean, shit, you saw me. It didn't even work. I was still drained. So yeah, I'm chilling tonight. It's supposed to be something happening with the Phase Clan. I know Pump got into the event, and but it's that car show tomorrow for the BMWs in Redondo Beach. So I'm gonna head out to that. So I'm signaling all my energy out for that for real. But it was dope, man. I had a great time. Now it turned out a lot better than I even expected it to be. And I was helping Brian set it up to get all of that stuff taken care of, and I didn't think it was gonna crank like that. He kept telling me, like, "Dude, it's gonna be amazing, man. I'm telling you, man."
It was crazy, bro. This house, this house was $26 million.
Yeah, it's crazy.
26.
I paid
But
110,000 to rent it for the night, just for one night.
I can't believe that. What is BMW doing? No, yeah, it was packed, dude. I think he did a good job. I think he put on a really good event.
Yeah,
He's definitely like he's done before.
nah, yeah, that's his thing, man. And a lot of those people, heavily influenced, like you said. You saw all those skateboarders, and a lot of people didn't know who people was. I had no idea who a lot of people were, but it was one of those influencing Hollywood LA events. I met the guy who owned the dealership that I got my kith from. He was like, "Man, I was trying to buy that when it came in. They wouldn't even let me buy it. So, yeah, you can buy it tonight if you want. Come and get it."
It's for sale tonight. It's for sale tomorrow.
Right. Come get it, man. Brian was like, "Don't, Dre, can't
Bro,
let you sell it, man."
somebody there last night was like, "No, legit, it could sell."
Yeah, no, people, they looking for it, man. It's only 42 of them in the States. Like, it's crazy that Beverly Hills BMW dealership owner was like, "Man, it's a lot of things, a lot of collaborations that we do." And he was, "This is my favorite one. I couldn't even get one." He was like, "I'm so amazed that someone even in LA has one." So, yeah, bro, come and get this joint. Bring it through the car show on Saturday. Come through. It can be yours.
How did you get like on the? How were you able to buy it? How the whole process? Was it a draw, a raffle,
It's
or
like any other hype drop. Like I always say, man, this was 2020, and was it 2020? Might have been 2019. And I was always into every limited edition, anything that came out, whether it was like coins or clothes or games or toys or whatever, I had it. And this had dropped, and one of my dudes, he got it first, selected all of the options you can get on the car, bought it, had to put down like 2,500 as a down payment. Got it. Was like, "Yo, I got this car if you want it." And I was like, "Yes, I want it." And he was like, "Just give me an extra 25 on top, and I'll shoot it to you." And I was like, "Let's do it." So I paid him, put it in my name, had it ordered to the Beverly Hills BMW. I was living in Ohio at the time still, but I knew I was coming out here or planned on coming out here. I was just planned on moving out here, and then I ended up coming out here, finding a house and moving, buying a house, moving out here. So I had it sent to the Beverly Hills BMW and picked it up a week after I moved out in LA. The BMW dealership didn't even want to sell it to me. They was trying to sell it. They were trying to make sure I didn't get it so they could flip it and sell it. It was that many people looking for it. But that was 2021, October 2021. So now it's even less of them. So I met a guy in the streets at a coffee shop who had one and looked just like mine. And he said his boy had bought one too, but his boy had crashed it into a ditch and wrecked it. So I'm one of the only ones in here. They got one. So
Do they? Do they? Here's a question, because there's a lot of people at that event last night. It was a BMW event. When you buy a car of that level, do they put you on a mailing list or an email list to let you know about these kind of events? And like, do you get kind of
yeah,
how does that
yeah, they connect you. Like
in a sense?
yeah, but it was wild as I met Brian, the dude who threw it, uh, through just NFTLA, pumping out being at NFTLA, like randomly, and pumping on some BMW pants, BMW Kith pants that came out with the collection when the car came out. And Brian came up to Pump and was like, yo, you got one of those? And Pump was like, nah, me? Hell no, but Dre does. He does. And the dude and I just started vibing, started talking. I mean, and we just linked up. And everybody that came through, that dude Vaughn that you was talking to yesterday in the pink suit, I met him at NFTLA. He was telling me about what he was doing with Coachella and Off White, and he was looking to do something with Artifact and see if they can do some stuff and collab and do some stuff. And like I met a lot of the people who were there last night that I already knew from last night at that NFTLA event that I met Brian. So it's like, man, it's like that close circle. Once you get in with people, you start meeting and they introduce you to other people and you talk to them, then they introduce you to other people and they talk to them. Like Ronnie 2K from NBA 2K was there. Jeff Hamilton was there. I'm talking to Jeff Hamilton about making some bad take leather jackets and putting it on the blockchain, and he was rocking with it. Derek Fisher from the Lakers was there. I'm talking to him about blockchain stuff. It was one of those nights, man.
I'm realizing the worlds are crossing over in somewhat, because I recognize the few people there as well that are from the Web3 world. There's a lot of crossover.
Yeah, I mean it's inevitable, man. With the release of those Apple glasses, whether people purchase them or not, it's still bringing the awareness to the sector and the intrigue to the technology. So companies, corporations, groups, influencers, people, they're gonna be like, yo, what do I have to do? Business people who can see an opportunity. What do I have to do to get in this? Because obviously it's a play if Apple is doing it. Oh, I'm looking it up on Google. Nike is doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like Louis Vuitton is doing it. So this world is crossing over into this situation right now. It's the same thing as for real, like you and I was discussing, Compound. When you go in, it's not like it was before where it was like actors and musicians will be in the party. It's influencers and Web3 people. So these are this is the sector that's running like the quote unquote entertainment industry, the hype, and we in front of it because we understand it, and they're looking to get into it. And you know how fast this space moves. They're always one step behind because the day that they come in, they already too slow to catch up what happened previously, and then they try to come in the next day, and it's already a week then passed because of the terms of the time, how it works in between everything in Web3. So they just continuously behind, and they looking for people who can surf the wave, and that's where opportunity comes in.
Yeah, no, I see that too. And then even like Louis Vuitton coming into the space, right? And they've reached out to 5, 6, 7 people who are pretty active in the space, as kind of advisors. Um, when brand like obviously there's been some big brands in the space already, but they're going to continue to come, and they just know that they're. You guys think that there's still a first mover advantage entering the space still? Are we like that early to the space? I think so. I think we're still in the first couple like real serious
100%.
years of this.
100%.
So there's still a first mover
No,
advantage
they
of getting us.
nothing's solidified, and people still looking to make their way. Because even with the Apple glasses, it could fail. Right? It could not get the turnout that they're looking to have or the reception that they wanted to have. But the fact that people are dabbling into it now, like it's still the Wild West here, but it's not as wild as it was in 2021. 2022, right? Where it's going to be some type of shaping. Like for analogy reasons, it's like people are building towns on the West Coast now, right? Before the Wild Wild West, people just running out there sleeping in tents, taking their tools to search for the gold. Like, no, they more established in cities and towns and building up to be able to go out and search for more gold. And then they looking for gold and end up finding oil. Like, oh shit, there's still other things over here that's worth value and worth putting my time into. So now they searching for, they're gonna start searching for oil soon. So yeah, we still hella early, but since we have the knowledge and we've been out here, this is our realm. We can be the mayors of these towns. We can own these towns, right? And set up the infrastructure on how these towns work. Like, as long as we taking the steps to put ourselves in a position to meet the people who are looking to establish residency, it's a great opportunity. Hence why I'm so damn tired now. That's what I'm moonwalking through the entire venue, looking to talk to everybody that I could, that I felt like I would understand and they would understand me, and establish a connection and build up off of that. You know what I'm saying? DJ Ski was talking about doing some crazy stuff. They created one-of-one replicas of New York City, of Hawaii. He said they speaking to the people of somewhere else, a state, and he was like, "We doing a metaverse for their state." I'm like, what? What? And like, yes, one-on-one metaverse for the entire state. It's a $3.2 billion endeavor. We setting up stuff. We just got off the phone today before I got like DJ Ski out here making crazy moves. And I'm like, yo, you heard of Artifact? He was like, yeah, Chris is my guy. What's funny, Chris did my creative design for XYZ before everything happened with Artifact. And I was like, yo, that's wild. He did the same thing with TDE. He was like, yeah, yeah. It's like, nah, that's my guy. He's a really great guy. I'm glad that they reached the success that they've reached. They deserve it. I'm talking about $3.2 billion projects. And after he took a photo of after I took a photo of him standing in front of the Kith, he called his crew over. Like, all right, we gotta go. All right, nice to meet you, Dre. Walking away. He's like, oh, cool. I'm gonna contact you. You got my contact. We gonna speak soon. I'm like, yeah, cool, cool. Nice to meet you. Walk into a Maybach shuttle bus. I'm like, bro, what the hell? I didn't even know they made Maybach shuttle bus. One of the homies I was with said that out loud. I didn't even know they made Maybach shuttle buses. It's like, yeah, but it's just that level of execution that he on. But yeah, man, this is the time to build. Like, this is the bear market that everybody knows the rules. You're building a bear, and it's the time. As long as we executing, it's a lot of opportunity to take advantage of.
Yo, you guys think that? So when we were in Miami, it was for Tevi and Dre, specifically because you guys just got Ramoas. But when we were in Miami, the Ramoa event, they had a Ramoa party, and then Ramoa had another event at Soho House for Ramoa holders, and then CloneX in as well. So do you guys know if holding those Ramoa NFTs will get you guys further access to Ramoa events if they're having anything in specific cities or events? Have they said anything about that? Because that right there is important. Like when I was at that Soho House, like I was in a conversation with like the global brand director of like GQ. I didn't know who he was. Some girl told me afterwards, but we had almost an hour conversation about GQ entering this space, and I told him what Dre right here, Dre. I had the conversation with him. Said you guys got advisors? He's like, yeah, we got a team. We've got a team on. I'm like, are they are they in the space? Are they degens? Are they there every day? Do they understand the culture? Like he assured me they did. Like, yeah, no, that's what they do. Um, and we had this conversation on why that was so important. And like believe and I didn't know like until afterwards what his position was, but he was listening like intently to kind of learn and understand because like he was they were taking their entry into Web3 seriously, and he was seriously trying to learn. But that was exactly what I told him too, that they needed to have natives like Web3 natives and people that are here on Twitter every day. They're in the discords every day. They understand kind of the politics, the verbiage. They understand it all. So he told me they had a team. I don't know. They recently did a drop. I don't know how the GQ Web3 entrance went. I don't know if that team did execute for them, but I remember specifically talking about this. I think Louis Vuitton has kind of done well so far, at least their announcements and how they've kind of announced it in their plan. Seems like they've executed on the announcements. I don't know how they'll how the drops and everything will go. But man, we've had this conversation so much on how important that is. And I'm going to tell you right now, uh, there has not been any. Come up and correct me if I'm wrong. There's been nobody in the space that has entered it from Web 2 as a big corporation better than Nike, bro. Nike not only acquired one of the main Web 3 native brands, Artifact, but they brought in their own as well with Dot Swoosh and executed on both fronts like a like double teamed Web3 with everything from onboarding to just execution in general. So I think they did it the right way, but yeah, I love these conversations because there's been so many brands that have absolutely dropped the ball on
That's
entry.
a fact. I mean, I remember you talking to dude. Y'all was talking for a grip too, and I remember I knew who he was because I spoke to him as well. But y'all was talking like college homies. Like I don't remember the whole conversation. But it's true though. It's
I
nobody else who's done it. And remember, if you remember when we was there in Miami last year, it was a lot of people like that who were coming in doing the research, trying to jump in. Like and they was coming into the
teamed
space.
up.
Like, yeah, they was there. Porsche,
Or
the
sorry,
people who did stuff from Fox with Rick and Morty, they was looking to drop a project specifically with Rick and Morty, and then it was developing another TV show that they wanted to utilize NFTs directly for with the characters first and foremost. Like it was a lot of companies, which is dope. But once you sit back and think about it, they were thinking future forward and wanted to get in front of the trajectory of things and find out what they could find out, learn what they could learn to then put their company in place to win. So that was dope to see. But that's exactly what it is. That's what I'm saying. The establishment, that was the wild, wild west, right? Where it was nothing really set up. Only the people who were there were the people who truly knew what was going on. But now it's made it to such a point of awareness where people are actually building, they setting up towns to build in the wild, wild west and set up a parameter where they can build houses. You know what I'm saying? Just naturally speaking. But it's getting to that point. But we still are early because it's no interstates. You know what I'm saying? Like even last night, there's no interstates. There's nothing really connecting one business to another business to another business. If there's no world wide web to connect everyone on a retail front to get things together and in true unison, everybody's just doing their own thing and seeing what works out. But I was like, I'm talking to Ronnie 2K last night, talking to him about Dot Swoosh and the plans on 2K for the integration, and they asking me questions about Madden and how are they doing, what's going on with this, and I'm like, I'm asking them direct questions like, yo, so what y'all doing with this? And without going too deep into it, it was a lot. I'll say it was a lot more questions coming from their side to me than my side to them, and I'm for real giving them hints and yo, you need to do it like this. Why don't you just do this and connect that? And they was like, damn, that's right. And I'm like, let's set up a call, bro. We can get it all together. But like I'm saying, there's no interstates that's connecting one town to the next town that make travels safe and easy for people to enjoy the entire experience all the way around. So we're getting there slowly but surely. But we are the engineers, and not even necessarily because we made projects, but just because we've been a part of so many projects that have been created. So we understand how they work. And I mean, from those experiences and the wisdom we built up, we can loosely tie up something. I bet you if we all put our heads together in here, we can come up with something that'll be dope for a project within itself. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, it's just where we are.
that Ramo event at Soho House was interesting because there was people from all walks of life there, right? You had all the remote holders, you had the artifact, the CloneX people, you had the I guess the people from that have Soho House memberships who are just there naturally. But if those Remoas continue to give you guys access to those kind of parties, that's an awesome thing to hold on to, right? Because you're going to be able to rub shoulders with people from a whole different kind of world, right? And I think I'm over here trying to think of the value behind the Louis Vuitton NFT is $40,000, but if it gets you on that mailing list where you can be like the first purchasers of all their exclusive drops or get into those specific parties where you're rubbing shoulders with all these other, I could see the value in that. I personally don't have $40,000 for it, but I see like I told Dre a story last night. There's this guy I follow. I can't remember what his name was, but he bought a Bugatti. He's like, I don't give a shit about cars. I don't care about the Bugatti. But when you own a Bugatti, you get invited to the car meets and you get invited to the parties. And you get invited to the Bugatti events because you get added to a mailing list. It's an access token. I don't give a shit about cars, but I do want to meet the people who own these cars, right? Because I do want to converse and rub shoulders with them. So Ramoa, keep it. If you got the money for the Louis Vuitton, I mean, I don't have any Louis Vuitton. Maybe I'll just go with Dre as his plus one to his events, as I usually do. But yeah, so that's the token gating of these brands, these luxury brands that are coming in, allowing you, since you know Web3, you guys understand Web3. If you can get access that you never would have been able to get before, just because it's a different level of access, but because they may give that access to their NFT holders, that's another way to look at it too, as an access token, like we all understand. El, what's up?
Hey, did you guys talk to Kevin O'Leary at the Ramoa event?
Kevin O'Leary,
No,
like
I didn't get to.
Shark Tank. Kevin O'Leary.
Yeah, he was there in the tent with all of us, and me and Miss Nifty went over to try to talk to him. It was right after the FTX thing, and he had like really pushed the FTX thing. And we walked over to just try to say hi. He was such a dick. He just like put his face, like he like acted like he didn't even see us and just like walked right between us and to walk straight out to the beach. But I didn't know if anybody actually got him to speak.
No, I didn't even know
Yeah,
he
me
was
either.
there. I probably want to.
Yeah, I wasn't even there, so I couldn't have even tried. But yeah,
That Soho House event
maybe.
was super lit, bro. That was dope. They had a great musician. That was Miami. It was nice, bro.
My favorite part of it, dude. I don't know if like we're all there in like streetwear and Nikes, man. Like we're all wearing Nikes and streetwear, and everybody else is in suit and ties. And getting a table at that place had to be pretty expensive. But Ramoa had a table for the clones and for Ramoa holders, and it was packed full of food and packed full of alcohol all night. And I remember looking around at like, and the other people were looking at us, and we're rocking artifact hoodies and Nikes, and they legit look at me. They look at us, and they have that look on their face, like, how the fuck do they have a table here? Like, how did they reserve that? How did they get it? That look, that like smug look is like, what'd y'all do to get that table? Like, how'd you get it? I just remember just sitting on this comfortable couch and they like pouring you like drinks. And I was like, I'm just sitting here because I have a Clone X. Like, I'm never selling like, I'll keep a clone forever if this is like potentially possible. The possible collabs they're doing with Ramoa could potentially give me access to some shit like this. Like, yeah, it was an interesting feeling, man, because you could kind of feel the eyes on you, like,
Nah,
how'd you
I
get
had
that
a
table?
I had a beater on, bro. Some jeans.
I was, I think I was wearing the hoodie, bro. I was like wearing the. I'm pretty sure.
It was fire though. They did have that. I mean, they let you know that you were in the Soho House for real, and especially the path we had to take to get into the event, like walking through the restaurant and then through their private party, swim party area, then along the beach, then to the tent, and everybody had security every step along the way. Like that was crazy.
Eight. We went through like 8 security checkpoints, bro. I've been VIP to like every festival you could think of, and I'd never been through that many security checkpoints in my
It
life.
was crazy. That was dope though, man. Like that was a really good event.
I felt
Yeah,
safe.
no, for sure. That's
What
I felt safe.
I'm looking forward to Miami this year, for real. For real, for real.
was Baron
Yeah,
at
dude.
that party?
The Baron go?
This year we actually know
No, I don't
people.
think Baron.
Yeah, did he go and ignore me there
I don't
too?
think
Throw
honestly, because I
shade?
didn't meet Baron either in Miami, so I don't know. I think he was at the CloneX activation, the shop, when I wasn't there. But I don't know. He wasn't there. Jace was there. I remember Frank being there. Fawn, Vega, Cass. Everybody was there for a while, and then everybody broke out and went to that other party, that other secret party that everybody couldn't get into. But no, I don't think Baron was there.
Are you forgetting that Flav was there?
Oh yeah, definitely forgot that Flav was there. Flav was the homie too. Like man, bro, if you talk about villains, man, it was like my man turned into like the Joker for real out of nowhere.
I stood in line and got him a water, bro. I got
He
him a
was
water. I
he
stayed
was
in line.
super cool, super humble, super nice, very great, very good energy. I had a great time with Flav. I remember when he left, I hugged him like, man, it was nice to meet you, bro. It was really cool. Then he just turned evil. It's like
The switch up is
it
crazy
was
out here,
crazy,
bro.
crazy. Like the evil Captain Planet, man. Like he was extra dirty and grimy and doing just slinging slime and shit on us every time he could.
Don't invest your home and retirement accounts into Web3. Turn you into a villain.
That's a fact. I wonder if he'll come back for real.
Only
I wonder
money,
if he'll be back.
only money you can lose. Only money you can lose in
I
Web3.
wonder if Flav if he'll do a 180. That's a good question though too.
Bro.
If and when he does come back, are you guys welcoming him back with open arms, or is it like the bridge is burned?
When I don't know, he specifically targeted me um, with his fake account, his burner account, and gaslit me. So I don't know, man. I'm forgiving though. I don't care. I think a lot of people are going through a hard time, but there will be a lot. Dude, I'm telling you, let's not even single one person out. There's going to be a lot of people who have gone through this bear market and kind of lost their shit and had like for real. You've seen it. You guys have seen the breakdowns on the timeline. People starting to FUD and just kind of go a little crazy, then just disappear. They'll come back around when the news is telling them like shit's lit again. They'll come peek back in. It happens, but people get hurt, bro. They weren't prepared for no bear market. They just thought it was up only all the time, and they put too much money in that they couldn't afford to lose. And when shit started to go down, they didn't take accountability on themselves and it's like, hey, maybe I gambled too much. And instead, they start looking at, oh, it's this, it's the this. They start blaming everything else um, but themselves. So they
It
end
was
up
the insider trading that he was blaming the team in Miami for doing. YC and Cass. He kept telling me they were insider trading.
yeah, see, like let's blame everything but maybe your own actions. You're in a little deep. That's crazy. No, that's what it like. I've seen so many people melt down now and leave the space, take massive losses, go back to Bitcoin. We had one guy on the timeline like, I'm going back to Bitcoin. This is crazy. Like, all right, bro. And then he stalked clones for weeks until we had to tell him on the timeline, like, bro, just move on. Go to Bitcoin. You know, it'll happen, dude. It happens.
I think everybody deserves a redemption arc in their story. Will we? I'll welcome anybody back. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be like all
Yeah, I
friendly, but
agree.
I think everybody can come back. They,
Yeah.
in the same way that they bought in and sold at the bottom and all that stuff, they can buy back in and you know, I listen. I appreciate people coming back and saying, "Look, yeah, I went a little crazy. Uh, I was going through stuff, but I'm back now." It's like I think as long as you do that, I think it's okay. It doesn't excuse everything,
I
right?
agree.
But at least it's out in the
I
open.
agree.
I
But
won't fuck with
I
most of
know,
them
man. I
though.
was about to say that.
Like
I'll
I
welcome
won't
you back.
I
Like, oh, that's what's
yeah,
up. Cool, welcome back. But
I'm
I ain't
not
fucking
fucking
with
with
you on the same level you
100%.
left.
there's a there's a couple
Exactly.
people who had like a scorched earth policy when they left CloneX. They made sure to
Yeah,
FUD everybody on the timeline and made sure to like cause as much hell as they could
yeah,
as they left, and then personal attacks
yeah.
with it. and did everything in their power once they sold to just continue to FUD. Like they've already exited, they've got their money, and they FUD it. I lose respect, and I'm just not. I won't give you any of my time. I'm not gonna fuck with you if that was the way you exit.
Facts.
That was it, right? Because I'd rather give my time to the right people than worry about you if that's how you're gonna treat us, bro. I mean, all right, I don't even care. It's not even recorded. The number one person, and I'm not gonna say nothing crazy, but um, you guys always see on the timeline why I'm always so hard on Well, and I was so like critical of what he says, like when he's fudding clones, right? Because I knew Well before he was a clone, and I watched him use the clone community to grow his following, and the clone community loved and supported him. Like we supported, retweeted, liked, comment everything he put out as a clone, and I knew him before he was a clone, bro. And then for him to switch up on us like he did, and then go into fudding clones is why I was always so hard on him. And a lot of people like said, "Hey, yo, just benefit of the doubt, chill. He just, he means well, like so and so. He is a clone. He used to be a clone. He's one of us." Nah, bro, he had a clone for 3 months, and I watched him use us and toss us to the side, this community. So sorry I was so hard on him, but y'all are starting to see why the fuck I wasn't giving him that energy, like my energy at least, like
I agree
positively.
with you.
That's your favorite. That's your favorite villain. I will.
Well, bro,
Arch nemesis.
no, I mean,
Here's the thing. Like, I think all
use
of
us
us
and
have
then
that one person that you're like, man, like, why? Like, I guess since we're putting it out there and this is not recorded, my villain is Ash. Like, I never understood why people were idolizing him and elevating him and doing all these things. I don't know the guy, like real talk. So, but it's like every post, everything was very self-centered, and like any community that I saw him get in, he would go hard and like, but really all he's doing and was doing and probably still is doing is pumping his own bags and then exiting and just using everybody as exit liquidity. But yet when when he left, clones are like, "Oh, he's such a pillar of the community." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, maybe I guess I'm new here, so I don't really know what's going on. Maybe maybe he is a pillar and blah blah
no,
blah. But
you were right.
no, dude, just not cool. And then made up this whole story about being threatened when, if you go back, is this is the beauty of Twitter and people taking screenshots. He's the one who came with the mad energy at somebody else, and when they checked him, he's like, "Oh, I feel threatened. I can't do that because now we're gonna meet IRL, and they're gonna, it's like, nah, bring the same energy." That's all it was said. He's like, "I'm threatened. People are coming after me." Then sold everything, which were stuff gifted to him by the freaking founders. Like, how low of the low is that? And that's what we're idolizing and everything. I was like, please. Anybody that was following at the time, I unfollowed, I blocked, and I moved on because I did not want to see that nonsense on my timeline. But anyways,
No,
so
I had him muted for a long time, bro, even before that whole thing. So you were on the right track, Tevi. You
If
saw
we
it, dude.
talking villains, man, it's a non-recorded space, man.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go in. Like you know who I don't fuck with, man. This big, tall, lanky, chocolate, sexy, think he all this in a bowl of grits, mom. But Dre Mill, that motherfucker stinks. I don't really have a villain for real. I don't. I feel like what Tevi said about. My point is, I try not to gauge my relationship with someone unless I've met them in person. Now, if I can sit across from you and have a conversation with you, and you feed me certain type of energy, but then after that exchange happens in the face to face, and you go online and start acting weird or talking behind my back, I don't even necessarily hold it against you. I kind of thank that person for letting me know who they are. But I don't like villain and holding it like it's hard for me to do it because I feel like Tevi and Compound said, like, I'll welcome anyone back. I just won't fuck with you. I appreciate you showing me who you are and letting me know exactly where you stand to allow me to make an educated decision on how I will stand with you or not with you. But I don't want to hold the time to be like, man, fuck him. Like, even a lot of people, Flav, Ash Child, I'll go back and forth with a lot of people on the timeline, but I ain't gonna be like, dirty rat mother. When I see them, it is what it is. Let them be who they are.
Let's go to Green Cipher. Welcome, bro. What's up?
What's up, man? I was just chilling. I was talking. I just to add to this, I guess I was just gonna say, I don't know about clone history, man, but I could relate to this so hard. This bear market definitely like tilted so many people just because they were overexposed, and and they would start flooding, right? But
My bad. My bad. I was I was sending emojis. Go ahead. I was not trying to silence him.
you're good, bro. You're good. So I was just saying that people do that, man, and I don't understand either. It's such short-term thinking, just because they intend to want to stay in the space long term anyways. But just because they're down on a trade, um they doubt their whole conviction, and the people that they've actually spent so much time and energy building these relationships, they don't think twice, and just because they're being in a little corner, about to get liquidated, or just about to hit their stop loss or something, but I still think, like people do reveal themselves, but it's like it kind of leaves you sour, man. Like the whole space at the end of the day, if you're keeping it real, you're like you're just sour at the end of the day because nobody else is. It's just like I don't even know, man.
I agree, man. Some people leave, they build these actual personal relationships, and then when they leave, that scorched earth policy, burn everything and burn the community that I was a part of, and it's because of their hurt inside. Um, and some people can take that personally, dude. Like I've had actual like some of the people who have left, like they've like used the community and then did everything in their power to like FUD and burn the community down as they left. I just can like lose a little respect for that. Like just move on. I understand, but yeah, everybody's different.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's like it's still I still don't understand though, because like these projects are here forever, right? Like it's not like CloneX is going to just disappear, just because somebody decided to sell, right? The person like does completely comprehend the fact that they will probably re-enter. The fact that Web3 is so vocal, you will not be mistaken for somebody else. Your identity is tied to more things than your PFP, and people will remember you. Especially people that are actually here long term. Like, and I don't know, like I feel like time heals some wounds, but like you still have scars, you know, and they show too, in the way you move.
Yeah, it's
But
big weirdo energy is what you're saying. You're exactly right, man. People leaving thinking that other people are gonna forget what happened when they left, and then they're gonna come back home like, "Hey guys, what's up?" Like, what? Get
yeah,
out of
but
here.
you know what I mean. It's like you tilted everybody. You flooded the fuck out of everything. And when the moon finally arrives, you're like, yeah, guys, what's going on? Everybody good? Y'all remember me? People be like, yeah, I do remember you, man, for
I think
sure.
that will be the narrative here specifically with CloneX because I think
100%.
they're making moves, next generation moves, and people who fudded and bounced and floored they shit and talking shit the entire time, they're gonna be like, "Yo, I fucked up on that one," and they'll be back. Yeah, I mean, you already see it happening, man. People love they coming back, and they'll be back in droves. Hey, you know what, man? I was tripping. I shouldn't have last time, and I don't know what got over on me. Like, what's going on with you? Like, nah, bro, nothing, not at all.
Just hang around.
That's the beauty of NFTs, bro. I feel. It's like that they're timeless like that. As long as you have the conviction, to actually just not let anybody else shake your conviction, you're gonna make it. Whatever project you have, but like I hopefully not a rug, DD, but CloneX is so sick, bro. CloneX is unfuddable, bro. I don't even understand people that even dare to fud CloneX, bro. Like it doesn't make sense ever, fundamentally.
I mean, clones are really good at flooding clones. CloneX, like that's something. As creative as this community is, I will say that I've never seen in any project that I've been in, like such talented, creative people able to find more creative ways to flood their own bags. But then we all come around, and and things are working out. But no, I think the main thing is like a lot of people are very short term minded. Like they don't think beyond. And I think this whole notion of like Web3, everything moves so fast. Yes, that's true to a certain extent, but Web3 does not exist outside of the realm of actual reality, which was one thing that I had a hard time wrapping my head around when I first got into NFTs. Because I work in the corporate world. So I'm like, I think in quarters and years and strategy and all these different things. And I came out here, and there's the cool thing about this whole Web3 experience is that you're meeting people from all over the world that are in different places in their lives, different age range, and all these different things. And we're all here interacting almost faceless to some extent until you go to IRL events and stuff. But that also means that there's like extra layers of complexity. But what I realized was that at least during the bull, right? It's like people were the whole WAGMI thing. It was frankly annoying to me because I'm like, not everybody's gonna make it. Why are we drinking the juice and saying we're all gonna make it? I'm like, no, people will not make it. Some people are just not built that way to make it, and that's exactly what we saw when it all went down. And now you have, I feel the real people are still around. People who actually are interested are sticking around. Those who weren't built for this, that were only here for a quick buck, all crashed and burned, and some people took it well, some people lost their stuff, their mind in the process. So WAGMI is not a real thing. Now, the subgroup and subcommunities that you create, people that vibe together and elevate each other, those people they're gonna make it, right? And that's why I like Bad Take. That's why I like Conspiracy. That's why I like, like these few subcommunities that we have, is because people vibe and resonate and they're thinking more long term. Everybody has their own end goal at the end, but we're all moving in the same direction. And I think that's powerful, right? Like we're all accept and realize that we're all a bit different. Everybody has their own goal, but it's all moving in the same direction. Like there's no more like hidden agendas and people like just looking for ways to stab you in the back after, you've supported them and stuff like that. Which is why, like I said, as much as I go back to those two examples that we've mentioned earlier, like what bugs me the most about it, like I really don't care. But what annoys me about it is that whole that fakeness, right? It's like just and the fact that the people were blind to it. I'm like, how can I see this stuff when I'm not even ingrained into the
Bro,
community?
we live in a world where people monetize on like how fake they can be, bro. The people are very professional at being fake. They will fool you. It's like don't be so hard on yourself, man. You're good.
No, I'm not hard on myself at all. To me, it was more the fact that I'm looking around. Like I said, I had to default back to, well, I guess I just got here, so I must be missing something. It is what it is. I'll just keep moving. But I was like, wait, do people not see like all the posts and all the different things and how this is like not okay? But then you go under their, whatever one of those people would post, and they're like, yeah, man, you're such a pillar and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what has X done for the community that they're such a pillar? Like, I don't get it. But I'm like, all right, again, I'm new to Web3. I don't understand how things work here. I'm just going to learn. And it turned out that, yeah, we opened the little box, everything went to hell, and people's true colors got revealed. So it worked out for the best. I like it. That's why I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think Monolith 2 was probably the best thing that happened to this community. And I'll say all day, all night, people will disagree with me. But I think if you care about realness and you care about authenticity, that whole event was proper. It created a lot of clarity for a lot of things. For better or for worse, I think it cleared out and created that catalyst that led to where we are today, and allowed people to rise above it, help drive the community, people on this stage right now, and other stages that we have currently. So, big fan of all that.
I would even go as far as saying, bro, like, had we actually been in a bull market and the Monolith 2 would have revealed as a discount, I guarantee you, bro, the shoe sales on that shoe would have been insane, right? Like the bear definitely like kind of crushed it, but I agree, it was definitely a very very precise litmus test, just to see who actually is here for you know, creation and like you're saying, uplifting everybody. I like that. That's sick. I was gonna say also, I seen, I came on here, I seen, you retweeted, about memes. I must have missed it, and I guess it turns out like this conversation wasn't even recorded. What's the bad take on memes?
There's no such thing as a bad take on memes. They're amazing. Actually, no, I lied. There is a bad take. Um, it looks like ice cream. That's why I like that one. I think it reminded me of like a nice ice cream sundae, the one that I pinned at the top. And I was like, you know what? I mean, I like this. I think we should save it and immortalize it on the blockchain. So, or wherever it lives, I don't know. But that was my take on memes. I think, but no, like real talk, I think it's a really cool concept, and I love the fact that they rolled it out. I think one of the things that I was talking about earlier is the fact that Genesis GNSS is one of those projects that I personally got in like strictly for the art, right? Like with no expectations of anything. But as time passes on, it's kind of like an onion, right? Like as you peel the layers back, and there's more and more and more, and there's like more layers to dive and delve into. And I think it's one of those great projects that is going to be you know key to the space. And we're starting to kind of see that with the mems and the fact that there's 3D files that originally we were never told was going to be there, but they have 3D files that are coming too. So there's a world in which my clones and my Genesis are doing cool stuff that I will likely animate in some way, shape, or form, and I'm looking forward to that. But I feel like Cass's hand is getting super tired, so I'm gonna stop talking and turn it over to him.
Hell yeah.
No, it's all good. I'm actually just playing guitar and stuff, so I've just been vibing, listening to y'all. And I only came up really to answer some claims about insider trading, and I do have to say, yes, I am owner of a new Lambo, and I do have a private jet. I have been to Bora Bora at least 3 times this year, but I'm probably gonna just kind of like sell that spot and get something in Cancun because it's closer. But yeah, no, I think y'all kind of hit the nail on the head. Unfortunately, I disagree a little bit because I just understand that people get butthurt, and some people aren't like, they're not social media aware to where they're like aware that there's other lives happening on the other ends of like these accounts. And even though you see little views in the corner and somebody likes something, it actually is a real human being. And that's why for me, I've always been like, the approach of just authenticity is the best way to do things. And you know this is real life. As much as everybody likes to say it's fake internet monies and all this stuff, like somebody's real savings account was there, somebody's real reputation is on the line when you call them a scammer or something afterwards. Like it's yeah, it's just about understanding, and I think some people, like you guys said, it's just the emotions get wrapped up into it, and just they just don't know how to deal with it, so they come here first. But I think next bull run, aside from me buying a second private jet and a yacht, I think I'm going to make sure we have counseling sessions set up just in case, and it'll just be a regular thing that we all make sure we go to mandated therapy and understand the risks of Web3 and fluctuating assets.
So
Yeah, dude.
can can I charter one of your private jets to
Yeah,
the Arctic event?
I was gonna say let me get my assistant in the Bahamas to do that. Everything operates through there, you know.
Cool.
That's for smuggling money. I really gotta. I'm taking way too much like leisure with this non-recorded joke because somebody's actually gonna leave. Like, dude, this guy is for real. Like, he really has this planned out.
Listen, what you don't realize, Cass, is that everything is always recorded. Like I've been running my screen recording this whole time because I will blackmail you. Um, but I will edit that section out, and Rose is probably gonna help me out with the text, so like it's gonna read different than what I'm saying, and yeah, it will be super legit. So, I'm just saying that jet, you better send it my way. The Rimowa case, I'm expecting that next week. My season 1 clothing, hopefully that's already in the mail, and you guys just forget to text me about it. And what else we got? Oh, those eggs, man! I better have a Murakami egg. I'm just saying, like, if my egg hatches and it's not Murakami animus inside, there will be hell to pay. Um, and I have the recording here that I will put on the timeline. So just putting it out there.
Right.
Trying to be fair and authentic, right? Just letting you know up front.
When are we
Keeping it
gonna get
real.
a FUD thread from Tevi because he hasn't got his season 1 yet? Like, I'm just waiting. Tevi's
No,
gonna
no,
put.
no. Don't hype that up. Don't hype that up.
There was
Let's just keep it on the low.
there was a FUD. I saw a FUD comment about it earlier on some posts, but Tevi writing up a whole thread. I know it. A YouTube video. No, I'm just kidding. Get this man his season 1. We can't afford a FUD thread from Tevi. He writes too well.
I know, right?
We can't afford
He gonna go in depth detail about the flood.
Here's
Like,
a YouTube video. Here's a
you know
thread.
what?
Here's an animation drop kicking Kaz and Hondro with my because
You
Hey,
know what?
Cass, can I get your 3D file? Your 3D file for your clone real quick.
Negative. Negative, Ghost Rider. I don't know what you about to do.
Oh man.
People was looking for you yesterday at the BMW event too, Cass.
yeah, I was. It was me. I was trying to see
It
Kaz.
was
He didn't.
it was multiple. Where's Cass at, like, bro? All I can do is invite them, man. They gotta show up.
He don't want to see nobody. He don't want to see us. He's trying to hang out through the Apple headset. That's what he did. We ain't
He
never
was
seen Kaz again.
he was on his Bora Bora charter flight, man. You know what I'm saying? I feel you.
Rose Grail.
3 things. If Cass's assistant is in the Bahamas, Cass, do you need another assistant? I'm pretty good at multitasking. I'm willing to work for a fabulous person like yourself. Tevi, I have your voice on AI already, so if you need me to alter the script, I'm there for you as well. I want to cut on the eggs, so if you get the Murakami eggs, I want to cut in that. But also, I think most importantly, so glad Green Cipher joined. He and I go way back from the Genesis Project, one of my most favorite people in the space. And so, yeah, we've seen major drama in our inner circle. But yeah, we value folks that are still in it to appreciate art and to try to give, I think, projects a little bit of grace and time to build and complete some visions. Because I think a lot of during the bull, people talk a lot. It's just really hard to execute, as we can see. So it's cool to see just different projects still be very active in the bear. But yeah, I love getting Tevi to talk about Genesis because then I don't have to all the time. So mad props to you, Tevi.
I will talk about Genesis all day. I have a lot of really interesting theories about the whole thing, but yeah, and we'll save that for like other spaces. But no, I It's I love that project, man. Like I will say it again, like all day, like to this day, I have not experienced a mint that was better than Genesis. Like, and I love clones. I think people realize this by now that I love clones and I love CloneX. I love everything about clones, the anime aspect of it, the all that stuff. But when it comes to like the mint and like the details and everything, like Genesis is just on a whole different level. And that's honestly one of the things that drew me to clones partially was the fact the connection, right, with MGXX and all that. So that's how powerful that whole thing was, for me anyways. So Genesis, y'all, you know, if you
For
have a clone or not, you should check it out. There's some really, you know, what's really crazy about the whole Genesis collection, honestly, is like each one of them looks like a one of one, and you can go through, and this is real, this is true. I went through the entire Genesis collection. Like I looked at every single one, and then I went back through, and I still somehow managed to discover new Genesis that I had never seen before. Or somebody will post one and I'm like, where was that one? Like I thought I went through everything, but apparently not. And I don't know. It's just crazy. But yeah, so
I could relate to that like 100 times over, bro. I've went over that collection so many times. It's still like I still find till this day. I still find new pieces. But you know, like in all honesty, what drew me to Genesis was actually like clones. In all honesty, like when I joined Web3, um, I knew nothing, right? Like I didn't know anything about like content creation, like 3D software, nothing, right? So my friend, Hodl CEO, he's like, bro, you should get into like creating like stuff on Blender, right? And he's like, yeah, you can use my clone, you know, you can have fun with it. And I'm like, okay, sick. So I started learning Blender, and then Genesis, the Mint came around, and so Hodel was like, bro, you should totally mint one. You know, you like 3D shit. Like Genesis is sick, right? So I'm like, okay, sick, right? I got into it, and what basically like made me fall in like love with it, like to a point where like I'm probably a low key maxi, but like it's basically the fact that it's like what clones did, but a bit different. Like clones basically were a showcase of Blender. Um, Artifact used uh, one of the greatest artists in the space, Takashi, and then the team is on steroids too. They're all like super talented artists. They took Blender and they maxed it out completely, right? To a point where clones are like one of the best arts like pieces created in Blender. You know, they're 3D, right? What Genesis like did with like what MGXS did with Genesis was he used Houdini. Houdini is like a procedural node generative software. Um, a lot of people compare it to Blender, but then a lot of people like FUD it because they're like, no, Houdini is like next level, because like it's actually really hard. But basically that's the timeline that Genesis was trying to take, and that's what made me fall in love with it, because I was just like, I was here to learn Blender, and now I'm learning about Houdini and the type of content that was being created in Houdini. I tried creating that in Blender, and it's not possible. It's actually genuinely not possible. Like Blender and Houdini, they're very different. Like even if you try like geometry nodes or like other things in Blender, you will not get the details, and you will not have that much control, at least I would say. But I don't know, I'm biased as like AF, man.
I agree with all that. But I heard about Houdini. I haven't never played in it, but everyone I talk to who talks about it says it's super hard. I've heard some of the what I consider some of the best creators, 3D creators in the space, talk about Houdini, and they're like, not touching that with a 10-foot pole because it's just ridiculous. Um, so that just kind of, I guess, you know, adds even more credibility to what MGXS has created with this whole collection. So yeah, man. Like,
Bro, it's actually really hard. Like, there's even like a how-to tutorial to create on YouTube. Like, you can literally follow it step by step to create your own like generative robot in Houdini. There's like literally the guy will take you step by step, and like I'll share the link with you. But like I guarantee you, like you're gonna be at the end of it, you're gonna be like, I do not know how to do anything. You'll be, bro. I'm telling you, you'll be even too scared to download the software, bro. Because me, I still haven't. It's been a year, bro. I still haven't even downloaded it on my computer, bro. And low key, maybe in like a couple months, but yeah, it's just awesome. I didn't even know, Tevi, you were a holder, bro. Like, what's the number of what's the Genesis number for yours?
oh, give me 1 second. I'll look it up.
Hell yeah.
We obsess over our Genesis, as you can tell. Even like the numbers. Give me your number. On first meet. Tell me your number.
I actually wanted to get like your guys' opinion, the guy like everyone that doesn't have one. What's your take as like someone from the outside?
I'm gonna jump in and say this. I've been CloneX Maxi since Mint. I remember seeing everybody or a lot of people who participated in CloneX in the very beginning started jumping into Genesis. And I never truly got into it myself because I'm just loyal to the bone. Like when I put my coins in one purse, it's like I don't want to remove them from that purse because that's where my coins are. So I honestly don't know much about Genesis, to be honest. Like I don't, and people know me from being in here. I don't know much about a lot of other projects as well, even like Yuga and Bored Ape and all that stuff, because I've just jumped into one purse. So I couldn't even be the one to answer. I don't even know what's going on right now. Like you guys talking about this man stuff. Like I don't know who man is. I don't know what's going
No,
on.
I mean, if you guys want to create some memes, um you're on a short timeline. I think it's like almost done, but it's not a big deal. But something interesting that actually connects Genesis to CloneX, is that the founder, the creator of the project Genesis, it's not much, but like he actually did help curate the clone collection. Um, like when it was being created, it's the ties are actually like low key deep. But like I'm not saying there's like anything connecting them, right? But it shouldn't be a reason for you to think that you'd be disloyal, man. We're just another branch of the same family tree.
No, I hear you, and I knew that the creator had those ties to them. I just never jumped into it. Like it's just what I'm on. Same thing with like Azuki. I seen Azuki when they were pre-mint, and I liked the art, and I was like, oh, I could rock with this, but I just never jumped in it. Only other project I really kind of put a little bit of energy into was a kid called Beast, and then I end up flooring it and, and getting out after mint. So I just, I don't know. I don't feel like it's a disloyal thing. It's just like, this is just what I'm into. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, bro. No, I resonate with that. It's like that's that's kind of like, yeah, 100%, 100%. It's that's who you are, bro. That's who you are. If you weren't who you were, you wouldn't be you. you know
100% staying authentic, man.
Hell yeah, man.
You know what? I I'm similar. I dabble a little bit on other. I dabbled in psychedelics anonymous, in other side mint and Yuga a little bit. But I remember the clone when I was really deep in Artifact. Like I remember the clone timeline going crazy over Genesis and crazy over Murakami Flowers, and I couldn't afford either. Like just at the time, I couldn't get involved with either. So I ended up just fading both, just because I don't like to FOMO into things. Like just because everybody else is buying Murakami flower seeds, I didn't want to be FOMOing into shit and chasing anything. So I just kind of stayed focused at what I with what I knew, because I don't know if it was more comfortable or just not wanting to chase anything at the time. But I recall both those mints, Genesis and Murakami flower seeds,
Oh,
because the
that's a good
Genesis
point.
had a seed too. The Genesis were seeds, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. I remember the whole Murakami flower FOMO thing too. But mine is I'm more anti-establishment. So when people are like, "Oh, I love this," I'm like, "Yo, why do they love this? Let me look into this. I don't know if I love this." Like, nah, man. You
Then,
know what I
bro,
mean?
then you should be like all over Genesis, bro. People only FUD Genesis, bro. Heroes.
Nah, I gotta say the Genesis crew is probably the best onboarding group I've seen. Because there's one thing I've noticed that there's always some Genesis people that are vibing, and I'm actually opposite of everybody else. I feel like I think I try to keep up with everything that's going on, even if I don't own what's happening in that ecosystem. And then I also do try to buy whatever I can if I think it's cool and I can afford the Ethereums, the fake internet monies. But yeah, I think Genesis is a cool. It's just cool to see communities that are like tangentially related, and whether it just be because like artists work together, things like that. And yeah, it's dope. And Genesis art is obviously just crazy for 3D stuff.
Yeah,
I,
it's
I,
gonna be
I'm
insane. I just pinned mine at the top, Green Cipher.
I, I was. Oh, your mem?
No, my Genesis.
Oh, no way. Oh shit. Okay, sick. That's dope, bro. I was gonna say, Rose. I'm not sure if the memes are still going on for public, but you don't have to have a Genesis to like curate a mem. It's kind of the same process that like Fernando did for clones, but like now it's like open to the public to do for Genesis. I believe we're probably like in the last few minutes, but yeah, if like you don't even need to have one. I don't know if you guys created some, but some of them are like really ridiculously beautiful. So like I don't know if they like Rose, is it still available? Like, is it still going? You know?
I'm double checking it.
Is the ice cream one at the top? Is that Tevi's?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what Tevi created.
No, I'm talking about the other one that he posted earlier. It's like
Yeah,
green.
yeah. I have one of the memes I've created at the top too. If you go back, I think it's the fourth one from the left, and then the very last post on the left is my actual Genesis. But I haven't actually created a mem off of my Genesis yet, so I'm saving. I'm gonna take my time and do that one at a different time. But I did go in yesterday, no, a couple of days ago, and did the ice cream. Well, I like to call it the ice cream one because again, it reminds me of an ice cream cone. But I really like that one. I like the colors, the contrast, and and how much they pop. It's kind of like a fun summery vibe. Like I said, it reminds me of a little bit of ice cream and flavors, and I don't know. I just think food when I see that one. That's why I like it. But then I guess my Pink Panther is kind of cool too. Like I don't know, maybe I just like the lighter colors, like vibrant colors on GNSS. Maybe that's what it is. That would explain why I like those undefeated shoes too. Now that I think about it, maybe I just like bright colors. I think I do. Yeah. Anyways, just discovered something about myself just now. That was fun.
I think it is still open. Green Cipher. Don't want to talk about too much to dominate uh, the conversation,
for
but
sure.
yeah, for
Hell yeah.
Genesis, just the mem.mgxs.co. If you click on the recent pin post, if you would like to try it out, again, it's free, no wallet connect, any of that. You just kind of click around and see if you like vibe with a piece of art from MGXS, and it's based off of our Genesis. But yeah, it's still open. It's supposed to end
And
today.
however, if you do end up connecting with like a burner or whatever, you do get like a seal. It's like a pull up type of seal, um, just to mark that you did. and whatever burner you end up using, it actually does still leave an imprint on the mem as well. So even if somebody else were to, like, or even if you were to look back at it and be like, where is my mem that I curated, even though I don't have any Genesis, you would still be able to find it. But
You
yo,
got
Tevi, I posted some of mine under yours. Check them out. Those are some of mine.
it says hold on. I tried to create a mem. It says browser not supported. Huh.
Oh, click the button right below it. Does it?
Let me just play
Yeah,
around
that's the
and then I
one.
put in
Hmm.
420, 69, and I have to connect the wallet. Okay, I gotta use a burner. I gotta put it through my MetaMask. That's gotta give me something good though. You know what I'm saying? So you put a number in, like a string of numbers, and it'll
Oh,
convert it into a piece of art. Is that what it says?
no, no, no. I don't know what you clicked on. Compound. Because did you answer no?
Oh,
Oh, did it what?
there goes my entire wallet. It's all
All
gone. No, I'm
gone.
kidding.
Great.
No, no, no.
Yeah,
It
this is how
says
you social engineer
Oh
compound, right?
gosh.
he got me. No, I'm kidding. No, it says
Got
there's a
him.
button. The button underneath it says "Let me just play around,"
Oh,
and then
okay.
it says enter the number, enter the number you see in the artist screen, and press
Oh,
connect.
because I think you might have clicked the option that you were at NFC Lisbon.
Yeah, actually, I did. I was just trying to finesse them.
You're testing me.
No, I did. I said I was at
You
Lisbon.
actually
You
Like,
guys
don't
say
get
no.
anything extra. I don't believe. Like if you were
uh,
there, I think you just get like more chances. But you could just get more chances by just doing another wallet, bro.
oh, here we
You
go.
know.
There's no
Post
turning
them,
back.
post them. Maybe we'll get a kick out of it too, seeing your choices.
Yeah, let me see. It says it's loading. You have 3 chances left.
You can right click save and post them.
Hold to remember, forget. If I don't like it, I just forget it.
Forget about it.
So, how many when you guys minted your Genesis, you got to do this a couple times, right?
10 times.
10. We had 10 choices for
Bro,
Genesis. It was
bro,
torture.
man, bro. So, bro, like
Then I bought more
each Genesis
seeds.
gets 10. Each Genesis gets 10. Now multiply that to as many Genesis as you have, right? It's a lot of fun.
Not
Oh,
gonna lie, I went back and bought more seeds because I got addicted to rolling the dice and seeing
what?
what was gonna come out. But anyways,
All right, I picked a good one.
all right,
I picked my second one.
let's see it.
I like Tevi's, but I like mine, the one I just did too.
I really want to see what you ended up with.
There's a
Tevi said
Genesis
I'm
Pi 2
Oh,
addicted.
too.
that-
Tevi said I'm addicted to rolling the dice.
yeah, this is nice, comp.
I
I,
can't see it. Where did you post it?
he pinned it at the top. It's the
Yo,
Yeah, I
I'm
like that.
I'm memmed up, boys. It remembered my browser though, so I couldn't try to do it again.
Oh,
You
I gotta do
can,
we
you
just go
can.
in
All you have to
incognito.
do is just create a different wallet, bro.
yeah.
Just like make like a sub wallet, and you can create this until it closes. Uh,
I didn't even have to connect a wallet. There was no wallet connect.
oh wow,
Gotta
this
go
is so sick.
incognito, yeah.
Do you do
Like
you know do you want to know which Genesis this is?
yeah. No. Is it?
Because this is obviously not just created out of thin air, right? Every mem is tied to a Genesis, um, like every single one. So even though you created one and you didn't have a Genesis prior to this, this mem was still extracted from a Genesis. So we could try to find out which one it is.
Is it the colors and textures and pattern scheme
So
in a sense?
uh, it's way more than that. It's like the insides of a Genesis. Uh, in my opinion, that's what a mem is. I'm not even on the team, bro. I'm just talking shit. But like you can see, like it took you to a gallery, right? After
It should have, yeah. No. I lost it.
It's okay.
I
It's
tried to do
okay.
it again.
It's okay. It's okay. If
Oh
you
yeah,
just
memories.
yeah, if you go there, top right, there should be like a green eye. If you
Yep.
click, yeah, if you click on that, you can scroll through the entire tree. Uh,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you if you scroll to the top left, like if you just drag and go to all the way to the top left corner, you'll see the most recent created one, and that's going to be yours. And when you hover over it, you'll see that with Genesis it is, and you can click on it, and it'll take you to the Genesis. It's kind of sick,
So
but
this
it
isn't
this
this isn't stuff they didn't save this on the blockchain, or it is saved on the blockchain. It looked
so
like it
so
had.
so, so it is. It's low key. It's a off chain saved on the blockchain because if you go back to the mem on the tree, it has your
Yeah.
wallet on it.
Yeah, it says remember on there.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
my wallet, but it's something. It's
No, no,
somebody's
no,
wallet.
no. It's your wallet. Like if you go to the one that you did, because the remember will be the one if you actually own the Genesis. Only then will there be no wallet. Um,
He didn't do
just give me
Wallet
a sec.
Connect though.
Oh no,
Yeah, not for this
maybe
No,
one.
let me
yeah, I
check.
Yeah,
didn't.
he didn't want to do it. So
If you want, like,
Cool though.
find like a burner, get a seal.
Oh, so it's a whole nother. I'll message you for the rest of the process. It's
All
cool
right,
though.
bro.
It does have all the traits and everything.
Yeah, it's not bad, bro. This is like a proof of concept. Nobody in the space has ever messed around with Houdini at like a 10K collection scale. But Fernando's taking it to a next level, bro. He's just printing art, bro. Like, and he's able to do that just because of Houdini. Like, if he were to apply the same strategy with Blender, um, he would need like an insane amount of like creators, like Artifact, like Artifact, for example,
Can
right?
you grab second one? Yeah.
My girl just fucking. I
No
wasn't
worries,
on. No,
but hell yeah, bro.
I got him M now. I want to see if I can connect to my computer and save the work. If not, I have it on my phone right here. But I appreciate you guys teaching me. Um, I think I picked a good one. I think it's better than Tevi's, in my opinion. But I'm biased. I'm biased to my art. I don't know what you guys think, but I have to log off for the night. Shauna's one of Shauna's nights off, so we're gonna hang out and we will reconnect Monday or this weekend. Dre Millie, what you got for us, man? You took a big old nap today. You got knowledge to drop on us. Hit us with the
Long,
knowledge bomb.
long nap, bro. If you're in LA and you missed out on the exclusive BMW party, make sure you come out to the show tomorrow at Redondo Beach. A lot of networking, a lot of nice cars. Nice cars usually bring nice other things around, but I'll leave it up to the imagination. That's pretty much it, man. Make sure you are protective of your energy at all times, no matter what you're doing, because the energy drain is real and it will affect you in many, many ways. Other than that, that's all I got, man. I appreciate you coming out last night. It was good kicking with you and Shaw. Glad we got to spend that time together. Hope you guys had a great time.
Oh yeah.
And hope to see you guys again soon, for real. Oh, matter of fact, I got some stickers for you. Somebody sent something here for you to me to give to you. They didn't get here until today, so I couldn't give them to you yesterday because I didn't have them. But remind me. I'm sure I got some other shit I'm supposed to. I always got some shit I'm supposed to get to you. So,
I
other than
thought the
that,
same thing when I was going up there yesterday. I said, Shaw, what do I need to bring up here? What did I forget?
it's something, always something. But it's so wild because you don't live that damn far, but it's almost like you coming from Alaska. Like, oh shit, Compound's coming in town.
Remember that time? That time I invited Cass to use the podcast studio? Specifically invited him and everybody else, and
I do
he,
remember that.
he he
I was
turned me
there.
down.
I
You
was
know what it
there.
was? I wasn't cool enough for Cass to acknowledge my messages at the time. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't know, man. You
Eh,
gotta
you
talk to them.
know,
I
I
remember the
got
message. I remember it being sent. I remember seeing it. Like, oh, that's a nice
hey,
studio.
It is, dude. I
Came up
sent it in
flying. He's
December.
gonna defend himself.
Oh, he came back up.
I invited him back up. I wasn't gonna talk to him while he's on. Hey, I could still access that stuff. It was an office building that I was renting office space from, so I know how to get to it, and we could use it if we ever think of anything. And you guys always got the invite. I know I'm 2 hours away, but one of
Yeah.
these days I'm gonna have to hold a party and like barbecue at the compound here at the house, and then have everybody down here. We'll have
No,
a
that'd
party
be
on the
lit.
deck or something.
That'll be lit. I'll definitely make a trip for that for sure. But I definitely
But,
remember you inviting, and I remember you pulling up the receipts in the group chat was ultra funny, and I appreciate that. So
It was, I didn't even know about it, but I enjoyed watching. I was so glad I read up, like seeing the exchange, Cat coming in all hat, but like,
bro, yo,
Listen,
and
just because I
got
thought
the
Thread
Uno
guy was getting
reverse
special
card dropped
treatment.
on him. Oh man, that was probably like the highlight of my day.
that was funny, man. That was good stuff.
Pretty good. But yeah, Cass, go.
I gotta formally apologize, I guess, on the spaces for not reading the Telegram chats. But damn, yeah, I ate shit on that one. But nah, I'm down. I think it looks like such a super dope spot. That's why I'm like, bro, how did I not I would have said something about this if I saw it.
Yeah.
Um and dude, San Diego and where he lives, like that area is super, super fire. He's talked about it. It's like the perfect climate in the world. Whatever scientifically is
hey,
fucking
look it up. Look it up. It's called the climatic wonderland of the world. Just Google
there we go.
climatic wonderland, and you'll see where I live. It's literally world renowned. The climatic wonderland. I don't make the rules. Google and whoever marketed this place with SEO, Google Google keywords did a great job.
They got a
Uh,
slogan for the weather. That's big well.
I grew up in the avocado capital of the world. Look that one up. You'll see where that's at. And then I now live in the climatic wonderland of the world. Like I don't know what it is about this part of California. They coined their own names for the cities, and they Google SEO it, and it like just says the number one result on Google.
No, that's
But
wild.
what we'll do, what we got to do, I'll just speak it out there so that you guys can start thinking about it. Is if we could figure out some way to use that podcast studio or any of those assets or those resources, we can come back to my place and do a big barbecue. We'll get the fire pit lit on the deck and like have a little barbecue party afterward here at the house.
Yeah, no, let's really brainstorm on it. Let's get some sponsors. I was speaking to some people yesterday who was talking about doing a lot of stuff. And Cass, we got to power out, man, because you didn't come through. So I don't know if you remember that or not, but you didn't show up.
Yeah,
Damn. Look, where do the wise, if you ever flake on Dre Millie, this man will make you know that you missed
I'm
out.
just saying. I don't know if
bro.
you forgot about it or not, but yeah, that happened.
You know the worst part is the whole LA group chat said they were going to Decentralcon, and then Vega just went by him. Vega was there, and nobody else showed up, and he called me, and he goes, "Bro, I mean, nobody else came. I'm just here with the dopest fit right now. I was ready to stun on all you guys, and nobody showed up, and I felt so bad because we all did say we were going, but."
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I blame Shauna. She had to stop on the freeway. She wanted to get some stuff at some store. She took forever to get ready. Like I can't take accountability. I
I
can't take
blame it was
accountability.
I was insider trading, so I was too busy buying private jets and other cool shit like
Makes
rollies and
sense.
Pateks and yeah.
Cass was
I
feeling.
forgive that. I can forgive that insider. That's like sounds like
No,
a great move.
Cass had an excuse. I get it, Cass.
Yeah,
Cass
yeah,
was still recovering from the receipts that got laid on him just a few hours before.
yeah.
He couldn't make it out. I get that.
Knock the wind out of him. I understand too. But you did miss out, bro. That was a dope event, man. I guess a lot of people who do a lot of LA shit get tired of LA shit, but I don't really do a lot of LA shit. I'm real strategic with my energy and my efforts. So when I do partake in LA shit, I'm like, yo, I love this LA shit. Like that ambush party,
See,
LA
bro,
shit.
I'm still triggered by that. Don't even bring it up. But it worked out. But I'm triggered.
That was some LA shit, man. But last night was the same thing. Like models and stuff walking around. It was dope. But yeah, nah, yeah, you missed it. But it's all good. Tomorrow is a new day. Comp, you coming up to the car show? Probably not. But I'm
Bro,
extending. Bro,
someone told me it was at 10 a.m. I was like, yeah, no, that sounds like I could 10 a.m.
it's ten.
What?
It's 10 to 2, man. It's 10 to 2. I'm just saying. Only reason I throw up these oops is because I know y'all are close in the vicinity, and I know that it opens up opportunity to build. And you guys like to build. Not everybody likes to come out there with their hammers and nails, right? But I know y'all show up and y'all show out, so it's just good opportunity to do so. But no pressure if you can't. You know what I mean? I'll go in there swinging Barry Bonds style and knock a couple out the park for the team if needed. But I just know we do better as a team than just a single player out there swinging. I'm going to say swinging for the boss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely always tell me about them, and then I'm making the ones I can make.
I always feel bad. Like I told you, I always feel bad when I have you come up here like, damn, I don't know, man. It might, I don't want man to drive up for hours for nothing. But yeah, it turned out. You know what
Dude,
I'm saying?
on the drive like last night. I got a little tired, but Shop passed out on the drive back. We had like a 2 hour drive back. I threw a Twitter space on, and I jump into a Twitter space full of Utes. And bro, these guys they had just went to some function. Van Gogh, the IRL
Yeah,
Alpha guy,
yeah.
Ape, a couple of these Utes. No, one of
Yes.
them's like No Cap Rich or Rich, or I can't remember his name. But bro, these guys just got back from a function and they were gone, bro. They were so drunk, and it's like I'm in a space with like four Utes, dude.
That's fu-
It's like five of us in there. But Rich was playing music, dude. Like he had the perfect level of music in the background, and he was like freestyle rapping the best he could while being drunk. And I was just driving home, listening to this guy freestyle, and all these drunk Utes just talk shit to each other, dude. I don't know why. It was. I don't know why it was funny as hell, and why I stayed in there for like an hour.
That's
But
funny.
I don't know, man. The vibes were right. They had Rich freestyling and a DJing, and then they're like talking shit to each other, and I'm just cruising down the freeway.
No, Van Gogh is forever hitting up all the spots because I'm in their group chat as well, and he always posting up where to go. Like tonight, they
He
somewhere tonight. Inceptionland, matter of fact, has something going on, and people was there tonight. So
he
yeah,
gave me some shit that he didn't like. I was coming down from LA. He gave me some shit that I didn't tell him that we were at a function. I was like, dude, I always forget who all is up in LA. Like it's
yeah,
hard to keep track.
yeah. And it was invite only, man. They was strict as hell with that list, man. They was trying the people that was even on the list, they was trying not to let in. So it was nuts. But yeah, that's it. I don't want to keep going. I know you got to do your thing. So other than that, good to see you as always. Cass, hopefully I see you soon, even though you live like 20 minutes away from me, but I know how it goes. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to go to Bora Bora, fly back, and one at a time. I get it. And other than that, man, rock this bitch. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, nice seeing you too, Cass. Hopefully, I get to see you one day. Hopefully, you bless us with your presence. Can't wait. Tevi, can't wait to meet you one day. When you come to LA, Rose, you already know we're gonna get you down from Northern California. I've met Elle. I can't wait to meet her again, see her again. And Green Cipher, you're lit. You just taught me how to get some dope art, and I appreciate.